time I touch Mac.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final recap for this season for Aegis Esports. We have our two finalists here tonight. Their entire teams are here. First up, we have Aphrodite Esports Alpha. Go ahead and introduce yourself, guys.
You go first, Shark.
Me first?
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
God. Wonderful. Hi, I'm Tunnel Shark. I like playing card games, like 2 games a week, and that's the limit, and it only happens on Aegis.
Hi, I'm Biniz. Shark was definitely lying there. He likes to play Lurk, so it's more akin to coin flipping than card games, but, you know, hey, to each their own, I suppose.
Hey, I'm Flexus. I'm analyst of Aphrodite Esports, and I'm trying to keep everyone's shit together.
Yeah, and I'm Dizzy Never Walk Alone, known as Rito Ruined My Life for an A. I'm 9-0 so far in Aegis playoffs, and in like 30 hours I will be like 12-0.
Ooh, we'll have to see how that is going to come true, as you guys are going to be up against your opponents here, Breaking Bandle. Go ahead and introduce yourself, guys.
Well, I'm Squallywag, and I'm the captain, but I'm not really the main player here, Mr. 9-0.
Rinrag, been playing since I think Kibler introduced this game on like the alpha weekend. So, what is that, 3-4 years ago now? And I have had the lucky fortune to be 9-0 in playoffs, and I also didn't drop a game in the regular season either.
And I'm Ninja Duelist. I've been playing for a couple of years as well, and just happy to be here.
All right. Thank you guys for introducing yourselves. So I guess we can start with just a little bit of a recap of what happened last week and how you guys both got here. So I guess we can start with Aphrodite first, because Aphrodite Esports 3-0'd the previous champs for Aegis, which was BBB SSS. And Never Walk Alone was at the spearhead of that one. As he said, he's 9-0, and it turns out he won those 3 games. What do you guys want to say about your match last week?
I mean, what else is there to say about that, man? I mean, I got my nightgown on. I got my warm glass of milk right there. I put it on the TV. I just tucked myself into bed and I watched watch Never Walk Alone just carry us to the finish line, you know?
He is just better after all.
It is. It's a skill dish.
Yeah, but honestly talking, we were kind of prepared for what they brought at the end, because it was like basically 2 players of their team being on a Fizz Samira, the aggressive version of the deck, and we had like 3 lineups prepared for that. And I managed to win also against the Baja, and he was like playing some other decks, but yeah, at the end, like it's kind of easier when you go to O and your mental is high and you're kind of surfing on a wave and just finishing it.
Yeah, I remember looking at their lineup last week, and 2 of the players like essentially had 2 of the decks that were the exact same. So if you're good against those 2 decks, you're in a very good position, and I think your lineup was very well positioned. And yeah, congratulations for how the cards played out and how things wound up for you guys. Anything else you guys want to talk about for your match last week? I will say I'm a bit sad we didn't get to see the other decks last week from like Tunnel Shark and Venus had some spice, but fortunately Walk Alone said that the public was not ready to see it.
I think most of our eggs are in the Tunnel Shark basket with that. Don't worry. We'll be bringing some excellent decks next week as well.
Yeah, Poro King is making his grand return in different regions.
I mean, he's got no bad matchups. He's quoted on saying that, Mr. Shark is.
Yeah, Poro King beats aggro, he beats control, and those are like the only 2 types of decks in the game. So he doesn't have any bad match. Just think.
Can't argue with that logic. Well, let's go over to the other side of the bracket where we had Breaking Bandle go 3-2 against RPG with the reverse sweep from Renrag. Okay, take the close series and turn it on its head. What do you guys want to say about your series, Breaking Bandle?
Well, we kind of had a strategy going into it, and we kind of hit with the strategy, but it didn't really matter. We lost our first 2 matchups, and then Renrag just took care of business after that.
Yeah, we liked how we were positioned from a statistics perspective. Anytime you're playing against, the quality of players that our RPG puts out, right? like stats only matter so much. But we liked our prep. We liked where we were going into it, and things got a little dicey after the first 2 games. And but then a couple top decks, a couple high rolls, and we finished it off.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's a very close series. I didn't get to see the first few games of it. We did get to tune in at the end to see you get the win over Card Gamer. It was really cool to see how you guys just despite the 0-2 start, you guys still came back and won because Renrag still has not dropped a game in playoffs either. Renrag is out here giving his team the chance to play before he cleans things up.
Very true.
Week 1 I played first. Week 2 I played second. Week 3 I played third.
So this week you're playing. So this week you'll play fourth then, right?
This week I'm sitting out.
Yeah, we're not playing them this week.
This one's actually going to end up 3-3, believe it or not.
That's true.
Yeah,
It's going to be crazy.
sure, because we have like Aphrodite always 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, and then like Breaking Bandle from 3-0, 3-1, 3-2. So
It's only
the opponent
logical
has to
what
have
comes
like I'm just solving the pick'ems mathematically. So there's only one way this can turn out with, of course, 3-0 for Aphrodite, following the patterns. And yeah, so this is the only correct prediction for the finals.
We are bringing puff caps so we can actually end in a 3-3 in a tie.
True.
next. Go.
Oh my
Get
god.
hype.
And you confirm gentleman's agreement right there. Both teams bringing puff caps. That's the only way to do it.
Who's ready for the 27 times or whatever times Sump Monument lineups?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, to be honest, well, what happens if we just tie in the end?
And what does happen if we
there is probably some internal metric by Riot about that'll solve it for us. I don't know what it is. I don't want to
That
figure
sounds
it out.
rather
Yeah, game
hopeful.
game one rule. We saw it in season notes.
Yeah,
You just
I'm
make
pretty
the
sure if you
game
tie
goes
game
to a
3 in a
tie.
series, you tie game 3 in a series, whoever won game 1 will win it. If you tie all 3 games, good luck figuring that one out.
It's timer.
So there
Yeah.
is a chance.
But yeah,
I think if that happens, we just merge both teams into a super team.
true. That seems like a
Solution.
solid play.
That's what I'm saying. That would be crazy. Just merge together like a symbiote. You know what I'm saying? Like a hive mind.
We were talking about Sump Monument. So Sump Monument was one of the cards that was changed last patch, and last week you guys only had about 2 or 3 days after the patch to prepare your lineups and get things ready. So now that you've had an extra week to actually play the patch and get a little bit more used to the new cards and how the adjustments for like the buffs and nerfs have affected things, what do you guys think of this patch now?
Poro King reigns supreme, man. That's all I gotta say. If you're not playing Poro King, you're not trying.
True. If you're not bug abusing, you're not trying. We're
Right.
actually bringing Mage Seeker Jr. and Cosmic Call.
Hey, it's been fixed. Riot did put out the hot fix for that.
Oh, that's so sad.
It's only kind of fixed. It's actually still occurring sometimes, but it seems to be kind of it does seem to be random.
Oh, hey, don't worry, guys. If you manage to pull it off in our game, you get a special prize, which is that your opponent gets the win.
Yay.
It's what you've always wanted.
It's pretty interesting playing in a meta where like all of the content creators and big names aren't really playing in it. So like it's just a different feeling without all of like the lists being made by popular names and whatnot. So it does feel like you have a little more freedom to experiment and do some different things and have some success.
Yeah, because right now we're in the Eternal season, but we're doing our finals here for Aegis in Standard, and there's definitely a lot of players right now have switched over to the Eternal format. So what's it like playing in Standard, where there's not as large of a supply of decks to really go through, and there's like stats are not as complete as they are for most seasons of Aegis, where like most of the time you have like thousands, even hundreds of thousands of games that have been played on the Standard patch, whereas this time around it's a lot smaller because a lot more players have switched over to Eternal.
Just don't play the decks that got nerfed. Play whatever was good. And more importantly, just don't play the game. You know? I think that the ideal strategy here for prep is actually just grind out Eternal for like 1 day until you hit Masters, and then just don't play the game until you lose.
I mean, to be honest, in situations like this, it can be helpful to just play the good or reliable, some mid-rangey stuff like Scouts or Jarvan that, was already good in the last patches and maybe struggled here and there, but, just the consistent decks. And this is like what we talked earlier about, which should be pretty strong if we have such a low sample size, as you said.
Yeah, I find that going back to reliable decks and like comfort is always good in the card games. Like if you're playing a deck you're confident in, you usually tend to play a lot better than a deck you're like, I wonder if this card's in my deck or not. I probably should have checked that before I submitted it. Stuff like that.
All right, I'm gonna be frank. I'm gonna leak exactly how we've been practicing and scrimming for this match. We have Never Walk Alone play, and me and Woody put it on our second monitors while we play Rust, and we just watch him play. Just you know what I mean? Like it's worked for us so far, so if it's not broke, don't fix it, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you know what they say: the best way to get better at something is to surround yourself with people better than you. And clearly, Never Walk Alone is just the best player to ever grace this game with his presence.
That's so true, man.
So just like being around him, being in his presence, that's all we need to do well.
What are your thoughts on this Never Walk Alone?
Okay, the fact that they were playing Rust, it's true. I wasn't happy about that. Like, I would rather. I mean, as long it works for us, it's okay. But
I mean, it's worked the past 3 weeks.
yeah, I guess. But I struggle a lot to like encourage them to actually play the game, and like be consistent and prepare.
Breaking Bandle, what do you guys have to say about your prep going into this?
We've been testing a lot of things. I mean, there's not much to be said without giving away what we're gonna bring, but there's some obvious strong decks, and then there's some weird decks that can have some value here,
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that's fun about Aegis, right, is the like having a team to prep with. I mean, like you always have friends that you can kind of prep with, some like off and on. You go to these groups of people to learn these decks and et cetera, et cetera. But Aegis is really fun because you're all kind of working together towards a common goal, playing together, and so that's I mean, it's pretty fun. So being able to extend that time in the last couple weeks has been a blast.
And the
Yeah.
format's totally different, right? So like, especially in the playoff format, you bring different decks than maybe you would to an Open or to a Runeterra like World Qualifier or something like that. So it does bring up nice new perspective on the game, especially from a prep and testing perspective.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, even if you know exactly what the best lineup is, like what the 3 best decks are, like you play these 3 decks in a lineup, you're going to win every game. You can only bring it twice. The third person's going to be out of luck, and you got to find something for them to scavenge together to make ends meet. Oftentimes, there is not 3 decks that just clearly beat everything. So it's really fun trying to find what your 9 decks you're going to bring are, and what lineups they're going to pair with. And I think that's a really exciting part of the Iron Man format as well. As you get like one person gets a really good read on what the opponent can bring, they can just happen to 3-0. And I think you guys are pretty familiar with one of your players happening to find a lineup that's good into your opponents to do that.
Yeah. The crazy thing is, I've actually been unfavored in almost every series I've played. So the stats, from the stats perspective, I've been like 47% every time, pretty much. I think there's been like maybe one set that I was favored to win, and I might have lost it.
I see. So what you're telling me is that to beat you, we need to bring decks that are actually bad into you, and then you will be favored, which means you will no longer win.
Definitely. If I have like a 65% win percentage, like, man, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, you will find the hand that you will find, like the Heimer Jace hand that's like Heimer 8 cost card, nothing else to do.
Well, fortunately for Heimer Jace, it doesn't have any matchups that are that wide.
True. Yeah. I would say there's quite a few decks right now that like don't have truly awful matchups. We don't have any of like the 80-20s, like Anivia into Azirelli is like the worst one I can think of right now. I mean, Anivia into anything, honestly.
I would absolutely love to see Heimerdinger Jason mirror in the finals. That would make me very happy. Especially considering we have the best Heimer Jace player in the world. That's
Go
just
play it, man.
I'm excited to see good Legends of Runeterra in the final. That's what I'm looking forward to. But you guys have had a tough road to get here, having to play through the regular season and all your playoffs games. Let's start with Aphrodite here. What has been your guys' toughest match that you think you've had on the road to get here?
Yeah, I think
probably ourselves. Yeah, probably ourselves. The mental.
I mean,
getting on the game.
If I have to choose, like it's looking like it was easy, kinda, but it wasn't really. Like we had a lot of luck.
You can tell them
We
the
had-
truth. It's okay.
Yeah, we had a lot of luck. That's true. That's the one thing. Basically, we had to face like the both finalists and the winners from the last ages on our path. So like that was kinda tough for us, like more mentally. But like at the end, I think I can say, like, personally, the hardest match for me was against Cephalopod from all the games in the playoffs.
How about overall for teams? I feel like for us, at least, it was probably BBB SSS. But I do agree with like individual player match. Cephalopod one was the hardest.
I mean, to be fair, we struggled more in the group stage. Like we got the first place, but we dropped some games. But like in the playoffs, like luck was all the time on our side. I mean, not only luck, of course. It requires a lot more than luck to go 9-0 and be in the finals. But yeah, definitely.
And what you said about group stage, that actually brings up an interesting point about how we've been starting our roster. You may think that Never Walk Alone going 9-0 is, extremely amazing, impressive, all this crazy stuff. But we've actually been starting our lineups in reverse order, how good we did in groups. Never Walk Alone actually was the lowest win rate player in groups. So, we decided to put him first, kind of throw him under the bus, and see how it goes from there. So if they ever do end up getting through. Next games are just gonna be kind of free.
Desperately clinging on to that past glory there, Shark, huh? So I promise, I'm still here, I'm still relevant.
Yeah,
All right, bro.
I'm still relevant.
Yeah, and we
Actually, I
decided
have a
to
really high win rate.
put Beanies on the bench to be our secret weapon when we need him. So
You know, my team had a strategy with our secret weapon too. Unfortunately, we got eliminated before we could unleash. Well, glad to see your secret weapon strategy worked out. But what about you guys, BKB? What about your hardest path fight on the way here?
I think probably the most like the series against RPG was certainly stressful. But like some of the most stressful individual games are probably in the week 2 with versus Braun, and I was playing the Nora Jin Nar deck, and Rex didn't show up a single time. So that was incredibly stressful, trying to find a way to win a game without your win condition.
So you were playing broad main control. Got it.
Yep. I'm not even, yeah, in broad main, it was just had to get there with a bunch of dinkers. But yeah, that was pretty stressful.
I'd echo that. I mean, I think over the course of the season, some of those collaborative sets were also extremely intense. I think we actually ended up winning every single one of them, but probably not by much. I think most of them were really close. I know we won a couple on time, but those are always super fun, but also very, very intense just because of the complexity of the decks that are being played and the different angles that people take to find a win.
Yeah, we made Ninja Pilot on the Karma set mirror in week 1. He was about to kill us. I'm like running down the road. No, do this. Oh wait, do that. And he's just like, oh. It was a good time.
Yeah, piloting the control mirrors in collab is always a fun experience for someone, just not the pilot.
So true.
Yeah. You know, there's another question I wanted to ask you guys about the patch, which is, what patch do you guys prefer playing on now that you've had some time? Do you prefer playing on this patch or last patch?
Like, there's not really a big difference between them, to be honest. Like, at least for standard, I feel like the meta has barely shifted, so there's just not that big of a difference between.
I mean, we have Porro King now. And like to be honest, like there's Porro King Shadow Isles, which is in my opinion the best version, but also with Freyord and Tyron. So yeah, like I've been messing around a lot with the Porro King, and like call me crazy, but in standard it actually feels quite strong on ladder.
Secretly broken.
Yeah, true. Just fluffy. You know, Porro King flips and opponent instantly concedes. Very funny.
They can't handle his regalness, you know?
Yeah, you actually just load into the seed, best champion in the game.
Yeah, real. They roll out the red carpet and he just walks over to the Nexus and one taps it.
Yeah, who needs who? Yeah, you know, Rise OTK. Now we got Porro King for that.
Porro King turns 0 OTK. GG.
Yeah, I think the new patch is fun. You know, it introduces some new cards, so some things to experiment with. But I agree with it. In general, it seems kind of similar. You know, a couple things kind of got tuned down, but there's nothing too crazy from one to the other.
To be honest, like I think they should really shut Fist and Mirror down, because it's like they nerfed it so often and it's still in the meta, and I would really like to see other aggro decks than just Jinx and Fist and Mirror on top. And I don't know how, but I would really like to see, or I would have liked to see nerfs or heavier nerfs to both of them. I don't like aggro in general. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah, aggro can be very fast sometimes, and not let me do my cool flashy things, which is sad for people who like to do cool flashy things. Yeah, I guess now we can get into a few more team specific questions. I guess I'll start with you, Aphrodite, here, which is like, so this is your guys' first season as an org in Aegis, and you guys fielded two different teams. One of them got to top 8, and then Aphrodite Alpha has gotten to finals with a chance to win the whole entire season. How are you guys feeling about your success this season?
Felix.
I mean, yeah, I'm very happy. I'm surprised, of course, because I mean, no one was everyone was expecting us to just go out in groups. I thought like the goal was to get to top 16, top 8, something-ish. Now we're in finals, like better reach top 8. And yeah, we just had an insane performance. We had a lot of intense preparation sometimes, and I mean, I don't know how much other teams prep, but I feel like after a lot of work, also beforehand, we really deserve the place here, and especially with the alpha team that just grinded for weeks, and like a lot of scrims, a lot of analysis of gameplay and stuff. And yeah, I'm really proud of every single player, also of Beta, and I'm happy to be where we are now.
Yeah, if we look on the scores of the Aegis League, Aphrodite Esports brought 2 teams to the top 8, and that makes us kind of the best performing competitive organization of Runeterra. I mean, just based on the statistics of the Aegis, which we are kind of proud of right now, because we are like a young organization, and like we are growing and developing all the time, like recruiting new players and stuff. So yeah.
You know, I think it's always like an underdog story. I mean, I remember back in Aegis Season 1, everybody was saying that Stromboli Gaming was just going to get out first round, you know. No issue, you know, easy free match, and they ended up getting to finals as well. You know, I think it's really just every single game, everybody's talking about how you're going to get last on that pick'ems, and you prove them wrong, that gives you a buff every single time, and we just kept stacking that this season, you know. It's that momentum, we just kept it going.
Yeah, never doubt the underdog in this game. That's for sure. But for Breaking Bandle, I know you guys this is not your first rodeo when it comes to Aegis. You guys have been around a few times, but this is by far the best season you guys have had, making it all the way to finals this time. Although you guys have been good, I believe you guys have gotten into playoffs or like qualified towards playoffs every season. Am I correct in that?
So our first season we were top 8. Second season I don't think we made playoffs, and then a third season I don't think we didn't play. Apparently we applied too late.
Yeah, so that's right. Yes, unfortunately you just missed the cut last season, and this season you guys came back and decided to say, you know what, we're not going to risk missing next season because we're just going to auto qualify for that as well. Maybe we'll win it along the way.
We'll see.
Yeah, how's it feel for you guys to come back into Aegis and just come out this strong?
It's been good. You know, it's nice because like been playing together for over a year now. You know, and so while we're not an org per se, but just like, you know, a bunch of friends who enjoy playing the game together, and makes it a lot of fun, helps to improve, have people to, you know, run games with and work towards something. So it's a good time, and you know, I think it speaks to like our collab performance in the sense that like through all that chaos. I think we went going 5-0 in the collabs, and how we all kind of see the game differently, but can all kind of work together without overpowering some other person's take at the same time.
Sounds like a pretty good deal you guys got going on there. So now I have a few more questions. A little bit more of a personal question for the team, which would be for Breaking Vandals. So you guys have, because obviously Renrag has not lost the game, but you guys have let the other people play first, whereas Aphrodite has not let the other people play first. Walk Alone's been going first every time. So I guess the question I have for Aphrodite would be, Walk Alone, are you going to give your teammates the chance to play the game this week?
I hope not.
Do you guys want to play?
Nah.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
sweep it, bro. I enjoy it
I
much
would
more when I
love
watch
to.
it in bed.
No, he
I
just
think
wants to
that
play
it would
Rust.
be a great idea to
Yeah.
let me play first.
All right, listen. I'm just saying, like, if he plays all the matches, then we don't get offlined. All right, that's what's important here. I
Oh,
think.
shit, that's true.
I mean, technically speaking, you guys have not dropped a single game in playoffs.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. I'm hearing a lot of you guys. I think you should be talking to Never Walk Alone.
Sure.
It really
I
is
mean, it's
carrying
team
the team on his
accomplishment.
back. Yeah, team accomplishment.
Sure, for sure.
Teamwork.
Yeah.
Yep. I was actually like mentally manifesting the plays in his head before.
All right, that's true. I will give Shark that. We were mind controlling a little bit, just a tiny itty bitty bit.
Yeah, so the idea was because of the time zones, and I'm like from you, so I'm starting my matches at 1 a.m. And the idea was, if I start, then if I lose, I can just go to bed really quick. But like apparently it's not working. This one.
You're not going to sleep today, Stan.
Oh,
And yeah, that was the reason basically that why I was starting, and like we should take that into account. Like playing during like in the middle of night, it's not easy, and like it was the case for all the EU players. But like I mean, I totally understand that, because like it's a perfect time for NA like to start, because it's like probably 7 p.m. or something like that. So
Yep.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's like 7 p.m. So it's after the workday. Or like 7 p.m. on the East Coast, people should be able to get out, and it's 4 p.m. on the West Coast. So
not great.
it's not the best, but if you have other people that play first, you can usually get out of work by then, or maybe like get out a little early. Who knows?
Just play on your phone.
Exactly. Breaking Bandle, for you guys, Renrag has been ever so generous in letting you guys play some matches before he goes for the sweeps. How many of your teammates do you think you're gonna let play this time, Renrag, before you take it all?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure yet. We'll see what the decks come out as, and we'll try to kind of come up with a strategy that makes the most sense.
And do you plan on ruining Renrag's ability to win every set, Ninja Duelist and Squally Lag?
No. We're definitely protecting that at all
Last week you
costs.
promised, Wally.
Oh yeah. Listen, last week I promised Renrag that if he reverse sweeped, I would come in this week and win a game for him. So I have a promise to uphold, unfortunately.
I mean, hey, he said win a game. He never said win a set, you know?
I guess, yeah.
No, that is true. I mean, Squally did win one. I did win one last week. Unfortunately, we both fell victim to the 2-1 in the match. So, but we'll see. We'll see what we can cook up this week.
Yeah. All right. Gone over a lot of the teams, about what you guys are thinking about, how the patches played out, how your paths to get here. Is there anything now you guys want to say to your opponents while they're here with us today?
Actually, one thing, thank you for taking revenge on Red Pup right after they took out Beta. That was very kind of you, but there's only one who can take the trophy in the end.
Yeah, also congratulations to making it to the finals as well, because I think overall, like both teams were a little bit of underdogs, just looking for a predicts before the full edge started, and yeah, congrats guys to making to the finals.
I mean, I've said it before, but I'm very happy that we get to. I think that overall, in terms of skill and respect and mental and everything, y'all are probably the best team that we could have gone against. So I'm very glad to see you in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, I was super impressed watching you guys like reverse sweep last week. Like, I saw it was 0-2. I was like, oh, they're dead to rights. But man, you guys brought that back. That was crazy. Like, just hearing that you guys won instead of Red Pup was like, wow. We were already sitting there prepping for Red Pup, and then you guys just clutched it and brought it back.
I'm glad we avenged you guys. Congrats to you guys as well, because it's not easy to play at a level like you guys are.
Yeah, it's been really fun, and looking forward to some fun games this week. And it's a unique challenge to prep, as you all do some different things. And but definitely excited to be in the showdown in the ship tomorrow. It'll be a good time.
Yeah, I'd echo that. So congrats getting this far. Look forward to playing you guys tomorrow.
Hey, let's make this one for the ages, shall we, gentlemen?
Yeah, make this one for the Aegis, you know?
Yeah, for the Aegis. Everyone could go ahead and check general chat. I just it's a little bit of a public service announcement. Is all.
You know, that does seem like something that's important, especially when we're with, you know, Aegis Esports here. First, I was also like to give a shout out to Aegis Esports, Red and Hirsch, and all the folks behind the scenes who are helping to run this tournament. This has been one of the best tournament series I've been a part of. And, you know, it's been going on our 4th season now. And, you know, always hear good things. And, you know, got some exciting games here. And got some exciting storylines here with see which streak can continue and which streak will unfortunately be brought to an end. Gonna be an exciting one, guys.
Also, we need a community voting. If like in the matchup, Never Walk Alone versus Winrag, who will win? Like there has to be some kind of voting for the community.
I'm hearing voting. I should be hearing betting. I think there's a lot of money in here for this. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
like,
I mean,
hey, we call those
A lot of
we
money
call those
depends on it.
channel points here. All right, guys.
okay. Well, whatever you want to call them to the IRS. All right. I'm just saying.
If I can go for the predictions, I think no one of us, I mean, neither me nor Renrak gonna end with 12-0. I think we both gonna drop the game at some point, and like the final will be decided by our teammates, and because at the end it's like 3 versus 3, and yeah, like it's a team versus team.
Yeah, but Renrek has to play first, so we get like 100% get the matchup.
Of course.
For real.
Yeah, I can't wait for the you guys to like say you're gonna put Renreg versus Never Walk Alone first, and then both teams just put someone else first instead.
What? We would never deceive our opponents.
I would say
Nothing like
we're
that.
pretty honorable players
Yeah.
like that. I mean,
Of
I'm honor
course.
level 4 in league, so if that's, you know, anything to vouch on.
Wait, you're only on
I only
level
have
4
2
this late in the
permabanned
season?
accounts.
All right. Listen. I am in the NA retirement home. All right.
Yeah, true. Hey, we are the NA is known as the 4 fun region for a reason. You know what? Looks like maybe maybe this season Aegis can change that, considering we got some NA players that have a chance to win it this season, and the all EU team didn't make finals this time around.
I guess
Damn
it just
straight.
proves that NA
Hey.
is just a better region.
USA! 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 Hey, it's just that free, man.
Take your pills, please. It's getting time.
I'm sure the headphones listeners loved that. All right.
Yeah, my roommates are glad to hear that at 2 a.m.
All right. Well, I think that's about all we had for today. Is there anything you guys want to say before we wrap things up and we get on to our matches for the day?
We're
Guys,
just
what
better
are
and
your
we cannot lose.
predictions like for the score?
Oh,
Like-
you're asking me my prediction.
Yeah, I mean everybody here, like for the prediction.
You're just gonna 3-0
I
again.
can start with mine. I think we're gonna win 3-2. 3-2 for
3-2.
us. Yeah.
See, this is the thing that we've been working on for the entire season. Is Stan's loser mentality. See, he's just better, but he doesn't realize it yet. So you know, you'll hear things like this, like 3-2. But in reality, it's gonna be.
It's like it's his weights, you know. Once they come off, once they drop, hey, no one's gonna beat Stan. Walk alone, free low.
I'm gonna be completely realistic here, and like if it's really gonna be like first matchup is Renrak versus Never Walk Alone, it's gonna be probably 3-1 for whoever wins that first matchup. Because like it's really about the mentality. If you have the lead in this format, then it's just easier to get the next win, and you kind of just snowball. I believe that Stan is the better player, so I'll predict 3-1 for Aphrodite Esports.
What about you folks over at BKB? What are your predictions?
Well, if everything goes smooth, we're hoping for a 3-0 on our side, but I don't know. May the best man win.
It won't go smoothly. Trust me.
Yeah, Smooth got eliminated from playoffs, guys. Sorry.
I think it's probably going 3-1 one direction. The based off how kind of matchups shake out, this seems to be the most likely spot in my mind. Of course, I think we will win. So I'm going to say BKB 3-1.
And I'll say I like content, so I want it to go the distance in our favor. So I'll say 3-2 us.
All right. So looks like I gotta break the tie then. But obviously, I'm also kind of leaning into the content angle. We need Red to farm more content off you guys. I mean, we need to have a exciting 5-game series on our hands. So I'm gonna predict a 3-2 as well. But for who I'm gonna predict a 3-2 for, you know what? I'm gonna go. It's really hard to say. So I think I'm gonna go with BKB for the 3-2. I'm gonna put my faith behind Renrag and see if that's gonna go.
Ooh.
He just cursed you guys to lose. I'm sorry, man. It gave us the underdog buff. We just talked about
We'll
this, man. He didn't
remember.
learn. He didn't learn, man. What did
The
we
doubters
say?
give us
Don't
superpowers.
doubt. Don't doubt us, man. We are actually
hold
like
on.
8 right now.
No,
Remember
and
that
he
if we
wants us
lose.
to win, so he said that we're gonna lose. Because if he says that we're gonna lose, that means we're gonna win.
Yeah,
That's
you see, guys, I'm playing both angles here because if Aphrodite wins, I can say I was cursing Breaking Bandle. If Breaking Bandles win, I can say I was right. It's that simple.
Nah, we know what you're doing.
I don't, so that makes one of us. But with predictions out of the way, I like to thank all the players from both Breaking Bandle and Aphrodite Esports for joining us today for the recap show. And I wish you guys the best of luck in your matches. I'm excited to see how things play out. And I hope that we have exciting, good games on our hands.
Thank you very much.
Sounds
Love to
good.
hear it.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks everyone.
Yeah.
It was good meeting everybody.
Yeah.
Good luck to you guys.
Nice to meet you all as well.
Yeah. With that, we'll sign off. See you later, everyone. And Yeah, we'll get to the matches in a bit.
To die, live for the power and glory. Reasons to live, reasons to die, live for the power and glory. Never give up, reach for the top, find your own path and tonight we'll make it. Reasons to live, reasons to die. Power and glory, reach for the top. Tonight we'll make it alright. Whoa. Find your own path and tonight we'll make it alright. Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash secrets to you. I am nothing. I am. Your kiss, sweet like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction. Your touch feels like heaven. You make me hate all my sins. You are my religion. My religion. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you.
Welcome everybody to Aegis Esports Hearth of the Huntress League. We are in finals. I am joined by Fansora today. Fansora, how are you doing, man?
I've been away for a while. I'm ready to get back into it, see what the finals is going to bring to us.
For sure. And just like the long road that these teams have come just all the way here, it's been 3-0s across the board for each player. Like we have GZ Never Walk Alone, who's just completely dominated playoffs. He does not want to let his team play the game at all. And then we have Renreg holding it together for his team, just completely sweeping the competition away. And what better way to start it off by having these two players go up against each other right away?
Yeah, I mean, like, someone has to lose. That's how it works. I mean, okay, here's where it's going to be. Hirsch, we're going to see a dead tie. They're going to tie 3 times so they can both keep their 3-0 streaks alive. That's what's going to be.
True. All right, let's get right on into it. Let's just look at these lineups. We have Renreg bringing Samira Fizz. Just to say,
yeah, it's just such a throwback.
Yeah. We have the elusive version, which is the more aggressive version of the deck right now. It's basically what I like to call go fish at home. It basically does the exact same thing that Fizz TF used to do.
Yeah, I mean, just like this deck's taken so many hits. It's like it's been nerfed on like 4 separate patches or something, and it just refuses to die. We still just like Shelly. Shelly doesn't have a 2 anymore. It doesn't matter. We still put 2 Shelly in there because if you get the Shelly down, you almost win the game. So yeah. Definitely look forward to seeing how well this performs. Because I don't think I've seen this deck quite post the Shelly nerf. I don't think I've seen this without that yet.
Yeah, it blows my mind just how like this whole region combination with just Fizz Samira has like completely changed all over the board. Like we had the Plunder version with Powder Pandemonium, and now we have this version as well with just the elusive version. It's like it's really cool that like this champion combination is just not locked to one style of play.
Yeah, and like, I mean, I'm sure there are plenty of people who hate this deck, especially considering how powerful it's been. It's like, this is I feel like a good place for a combo style deck to be in. It's like just the right amount of uninteractive, I think, that is healthy for the game, but might catch some flag for that. But yeah, with this, I guess we can move on to the second deck there for Renrag.
Yeah, the second deck that he brought this week is Heimer Jace, another staple that's been around for pretty much the entirety of ages. I don't think there's ever been a week where we haven't seen Heimer Jace. Fansar, why did you take this one away?
Oh, the first thing I see is there's so many unique spells, it has to be 2 columns wide in our graphic here. Look at that, just Hex Splitter, Piercing Darkness, Shock Blast as your, just a bunch of one-ofs, because why not? You deserve it. We see Epic Strike Traction, that's like kind of the big change for this deck that's been out, is sometimes you can just run people over with a 6/6 Brash. But other than that, it's the same Jace Heimer that we've all come to know and love over the past, like, 3 years.
Yeah, what did we? Oh, we're checking in high note. That's why our spell list is going a little bit further. Because
Yeah,
like every other spell is like standard.
Every spell standard, but like I feel like people don't always run all 3 of Shock Blast, Piercing Darkness, Hex Splitter, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you have like, because you're on 3 Vengeance still, right? So you have 6 big kill spells basically. Or sorry, 5 big kill spells. So some people are only on like, you know, Piercing plus Vengeance, or they cut 1 Vengeance for the Hex Splitter. But yeah, we see the full 3 Vengeance and all this. So any be tall strategies from the side of Aphrodite better beware of this deck. Definitely. Yeah. Rough time.
For sure. And moving on to Renrag's third deck, we have Seraphine Set, another deck that's been around for a while, even swapping out with Karma and everything, but we're playing Bar in this version now.
I guess I spoke too soon about the last deck list running 2 columns there. I thought that the graphic was broken because I like blanked for a second. I'm like, oh yeah, Seraphine exists. I forgot about her for good reason. But yeah, we see the one of Pursuit Perfection. This has been like, I feel it's been pretty contentious whether that's a good card or not. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I'm sorry, which card?
The Pursuit of Perfection.
Pursuit of Perfection is just a guaranteed win con. You just basically stall out the entire game, and once you draw it, as long as you're not against Shadow Isles or any deck that has an eye, you're pretty much guaranteed the game. There's no, or actually even Silence does stop it as well.
Well, it's still a 30-30.
It's still a 30-30, which is still a threat, but it's a threat that you can just block down if you just silence it.
Yeah.
So like, there's a bunch of silence. There's been a bunch of silence like running around, especially with the Targonian Telstones being buffed, and now Hush is now 2 mana.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we'll actually see that on the side of who's it? Never Walk Alone in a second. But yeah, I mean, there's not much to say about this deck, right? It's the same old Seraphine nonsense. That, yeah.
And moving on to GZ Never Walk Alone's lineup, we have Diana, Forge of Tomorrow with Cosmic Call. We get to see the new card tonight, Fansora.
Oh, this is gonna be so interesting because, like, I've been playing a bunch of Eternal, as I imagine a lot of people have, and this is a very different build than all the Eternal decks because you can't run Zoe, you can't run the Mountain Scryer. So, like, I'm excited to see how this performs in Standard with the restricted toolset that Standard has, and without quite as many of the like copy effects and efficient invoke cards.
Yeah, it's like even after the Mage Seeker Junior buff, or the Mage Seeker Junior bug fix. Sorry, let me rephrase that real quick. That wasn't a buff, but even still, I'm seeing like Cosmic just invoke unit Celestials just running around amok in the meta right now. It's just like as soon as I saw this card drop, I just like started shaking my head and sighing. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna see Celestial meta. No, not like this.
You know, when I first saw the list with Mage Seeker Jr., I just thought it was just some weird meta progressions. Like, oh, I guess it's in there to stop Akshan Samira? ? And it's like, oh no, we just have like a third of the player or 3% of the player base plug up using. That's cool. Love it. That's the universe I want to be in. Yeah. I guess moving on. Or sorry, unless you have.
I haven't seen like this lineup or like this specific deck with Diana running Forge of Tomorrow, which I find really interesting.
Well, that's what I'm curious about, because this is the like standard version. I have seen people messing around with Jace. So I think I imagine this is looking at. Is Jason standard, or is he just eternal?
Jace,
Yeah, Heimer Jace.
yeah, Jace is in standard.
I think this is looking at that sort of like Diana Jace deck that's existed, and just trying to slim it down. You cut Jace because you're running Jace elsewhere in your lineup, and try to find like the best cards from that shell. So I think that's where the Forge of Tomorrow comes in, because you get it with the Cosmic Call. With Cosmic Call, because Cosmic Call taps you out. Getting that 3 mana back on the turn you play Cosmic Call helps prevent you from being blown out, because you still have mana up for Aftershock or something.
Yeah, and the really cool interaction with Cosmic Call is like with Jace, if Jace is flipped on the board, you get 2 Cosmic Calls and you get the reduction twice.
Mm-hmm.
That's just really cool interaction. That's a sidetrack. But moving on to the second deck of Never Walk Alone, we have Seraphine Karma set this time, not just the Seraphine set version.
Yeah, I mean, God, every time I see these deck lists, my eyes just like glaze over a little bit. It's too much.
There's so much on the screen.
Yeah.
By the way, thank you. Shout out to Runeterra AR for providing these graphics for us. If you ever want cool decks that people are running in Aegis, there's a QR code in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen that you can scan with your phone. It'll populate the deck code for you, and you can just import it straight into the stream, or straight into your client.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with this, it's pretty similar, I think, to what we saw on the side of Renrag. Let me see if there's many differences. Stagehand's like a maybe card in these decks, I feel, right?
Yeah, Stagehand is just like a card just to be able to stall out the game and to develop a tall blocker.
Yeah, but overall, pretty similar list. Nothing too out of the ordinary on the other side, I think.
Yeah, it's just like with Karma, we want to be able to secure that Pursuit of Perfection when we have Karma on the board. With Pursuit of Perfection, you're able to generate not 1 but 2 cats. So any Shadow Isles deck, any Targonian deck that's running Targonian Telstones with Silences, you're gonna need 2 answers to this now. Yeah,
and like I don't think we quite have that on the side of Renrag. Efficient ways to deal with it per se.
Yeah. And moving on to Never Walk Alone's final deck of the night, we have Heimer Jace.
Oh, how I miss this deck! Yeah. This is like almost a mirror match.
Yeah, it's pretty much almost a mirror match, player for player, bringing up almost the exact same lineup, but they both have their interesting techs and whatnot.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. As much as I like control and combo decks, I don't want to see a Seraphine set and Jace Heimer mirror. Just please don't ban the other decks. I want to see Diana and I want to see Fizz. This is just gonna be a grueling mirror if we see these decks run into each other.
So obviously the big differences that we see in this deck that Renrag doesn't have in theirs is Never Walk Alone is running 2 Forge Chiefs, 1 of Piltovian Telstones, and 1 Mist Call.
Well, the Mist Call is like the cute little tech, so that way when you play your Heimer, you get to Mist Call him back.
Yeah.
I see when like in a mirror, you have like Soul Harvests. It allows you to like play around certain mana points where like, okay, you feel safe because you Soul Harvested their Heimer, but now you've tapped under because you're doing other stuff, and so it allows you to play Heimer in spots that you wouldn't normally be able to.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, even just like Albus Pharaohs, if there's like, because with Albus you need to like obviously pre-commit, otherwise the spell always goes into the stack regardless if he dies. So it makes that harder too. So there's definitely gonna be a bit of a back and forth where, one Never Walk Alone is gonna Mist Call, and then Renrag's gonna contemplate shooting other things to muddy up the death pool to possibly res a smaller turret as opposed to a Heimer.
Honestly, I know you said you're not excited for it, but I honestly kind of want to see the Heimer Jace mirror, just because like I know GZ Never Walk Alone is like a really, like, he's really big on the deck. He's like one of the great players that plays this deck, and I just love like seeing his lines that he likes to take with this deck.
No, I'm fine with the Heimer Jace mirror. I just don't want a 3-game set of Seraphine set and Heimer Jace mirrors.
Fair enough. And
yeah. I want to see standard Cosmic Call. Who doesn't want to see Cosmic Call in standard? That's so cool.
Who doesn't? Exactly. Now, moving on to one of my favorite parts of the night is predictions, Fansora. And we're split right down the middle. Me and Red going Aphrodite Esports all the way, and you and the community going Breaking Bandle.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously planned this to just go along with the community. I'm in touch with the community more than you are, Hirsch. I'm finger on the pulse right there.
You're in touch with the community more than I am. Do you know how many people I've already met this year?
Hey, look, who's voting with the community now? That's all that matters.
That's fair. That is fair. But honestly, I'm on the hype train of watching GZ Never Walk Alone sweep. This man has just been like I said, this man has been a monster. He's been a force to reckon with. If he honestly loses tonight, we're going into uncharted territory. We have never seen Tunnel Shark. We have never seen Frozen or Freeze Bomb play at all in playoffs. It's literally just all been Never Walk Alone.
See, you say that, but like the same story is true for Breaking Bandle, because like even though Breaking Bandle as a team has lost matches, Renrag hasn't, right? So, you know, Renrag just been holding himself back. You know, maybe he's gonna take his training weights off for the final. He's going in first. You know, I think it's gonna be just as interesting, regardless of who wins or loses here.
But the thing also, the point is like you have no information about like how these players have played outside of like regular season. That's all you have. It's just regular season games. You don't know. You can't get reads on them throughout playoffs because they've just been bringing weird decks. Like last week they brought Tunnel Shark brought Poro King. Did he get to play it though? No, absolutely not. Like they've kind of just like mind gaming this whole entire thing.
So you're telling me both teams are sandbagging because they have so much faith in their one person to carry through the entire playoffs?
I'm not saying they're sandbagging. I think they're kind of just like playing mind games with each other.
I mean, Poro King did get a buff, but unfortunately, we will not see Poro King tonight. But yeah, I think it's just wild that both these players have gone 9-0 in playoffs. I'm not sure if we've had a finals like that before, where we have all 4 rounds of finals, all 4 rounds of playoffs, we come to the finals, both players are undefeated, and they're both facing off first game.
Yeah, it's like we're not hiding this. Like we're getting straight into the action here, and I'm all about that. Now, what do we think that is going to be banned here, Fansora?
Gotta be honest, I haven't played Standard since Eternal came out, so I gotta rewind the clock a bit on what's good against what. I feel like I think we're gonna see this Diana Invoke deck. I don't think that's the go-to ban. I feel like that's the one that's like most unproven, so I'm hopeful that that's not the ban.
I think both players are kind of just like throwing it out there, and they're gonna say, you know what, we're playing the mirrors out.
No, don't say that. I want to see the new deck. I like Fist Mirror. I want to see Invoke.
I want to see
my dreams.
I want to see the Diana deck. I think it would be fantastic.
Yeah. I just feel like, you know, Heimer Jace and Seraphine Set have both been like such incredibly strong tournament decks for all of the past couple metas, and oh no!
Oh, we seen the Diana deck, man. And we get the mirror!
No!
We're in for a doozy tonight, Fansora.
Alright, buckle in, get your popcorn, everyone. We're gonna be in for an hour-long set here. God, okay, I'm changing my mind. I want Never Walk Alone to win so I can see someone else not ban Diana.
We'll find out. Now comes the fun part of the night. The second favorite for me is which deck the player is going to play first, Fansora.
Oh, good God, I don't care anymore.
I just love it. I love doing this. I'm now just committed to this bit just for the reactions I get.
I'm more than aware, Hirsch. I'm well aware. I won't let it get to me.
But are we actually gonna see? The thing is, are we actually gonna see the mirror matchup first, or are we gonna see two different decks
now?
played?
3-game set. we're gonna see mirrors game 1 and game 3. That's what's gotta be.
It's gotta be, right?
Yeah, there's nothing else.
Oh man, I don't even know who's like going back and looking at these deck lists and just looking at the text that each player has decided to bring. I don't even know who's more favored into this matchup. I honestly think this is just going to be a giant toss up.
I mean, yeah, like their like tech cards aren't different enough, I think, to like really sway. Like Missed Call is cute, but you know, like that's you're missing a Soul Harvest there for the Missed Call. So like you're breaking even on Heimer's killed basically. Let's see.
We're just waiting on these players to get into the game. They're just now starting their ban phase right now.
All right. Well, I hope both of these players have a spells casting quest on right now.
So while we got some time to kill, what are you excited for about this new Eternal meta, Fansora?
I mean, cold take. It's a lot better than the old Eternal meta. I actually enjoyed the Seraphine Samira deck, which was like absolutely running rampant in the old Eternal. But I just like how much the cards are impactful. Like Cosmic Call is good. Like we're seeing decks that we haven't seen before. Like Galio's good. I mean, I don't care for Demacia, but like to all you 2 Galio fans out there, Galio's good.
Yeah, Galio Fiora is actually running amok right now with
Speaking of which, we have time for me to rant about this. I get Demacia players, what's wrong with you? Why are you guys allergic to interaction? Go into your client, look up Strike, put a few of those in your deck, and go golden. Why are you guys allergic to interaction? What's going on? I swear to God, I run to people like, okay, yeah, Troll Chant, cool, makes sense. Shieldran, cool. Champion Strength, cool. And that's it.
But I just when I first looked at this deck, I just thought, like, why are we doing this? And then I realized that wait, Baymax is actually really OP in this deck.
Oh, he is. And you should put interaction because you have these 10/10s on the board. You're running a deck that's putting like Godzilla on the board, and you're like, nah, single combat, not for me. Thank you. All
and
right.
We're seeing the Karma or the Set Seraphine versus Heimer Jace come up first.
Oh, that's sad. That means we won't see 2 mirrors. What a shame. We'll only get to see 1 mirror, but
and so far, honestly,
off the bat, these are both waiting hands.
yeah, we're just gonna be passing it down for a hot minute here.
I mean, Renrag's got set in the bar, so you know he looks a lot better at waiting at the moment. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, we're gonna see Pit Professional get dropped out on
Yeah, we're gonna
the
see
board right
Professional,
now.
and we're gonna see Formula, and that's gonna be the turn, and then Professional's gonna attack.
Formula gets ripped. Epic Traption and a Jace
okay.
off the top now.
Now we're seeing some interesting cards. Okay.
So, are we ripping Epic Traption next turn, or are we just playing this handler just to get the guaranteed buff right now?
I don't know, because like we always have the guaranteed buff off of handler, right? So, and the Scrap Traption, I'm not super like we don't have a great way to leverage a level Jace per se. Like we don't have Production Surge, we don't have another formula or anything. If we can Heimer down and he survives, which is gonna be a little dicey with the set in hand for Renrag. But yeah, so I think this makes sense. We can get the Scrap Traption doubled by Set or Jace probably, right? If we can get this Vengeance played, killing a Set perhaps, and we get a Scrap Traption doubled, or even just like value off of Heimer.
Oh, getting the Nopify right now, gonna be denying this Quietus.
Do we care that much?
No?
think it's just a 2-2. I don't think we care about the elusive like so much, because we're gonna draw into mystic shots and high notes for any of the elusive turrets.
But what are we getting this Nopify for? This Nopify not clearing out anything else besides like Aftershock or just the Quietus or just
with
our
the
mystic
bar
shot.
in hand. I'm a little worried about Aftershock because we want to protect this bar, right? We see that 4th card in Renrag's hand. We see 2 Aftershocks and Never Walk Alone's hand, one with the Tellstones. So I think it's fine. I think the Clockling is just a 2-2. I don't think we care about it more than just being a 2-2.
That is fair. We see Renrag just hand out an open pass over to Never Walk Alone. He's just okay with just playing this super slow right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's like both players have these like later game power spikes, and you know, Renrag wants to go a little bit later to turn 10, and like Never Walk Alone probably wants to spike a bit before that, because if you wait too long and Bar gets going a bit, and you get, you know, is Renrag running the one of? No, that's Never Walk Alone. So yeah, just Seraphine, Bar. You don't want to wait too long because you will get outgrinded.
Yeah, for sure. And we do see that Renrag also top decked a Hex Obliterator, so any champion that's coming down on the board will be met with the Hex Obliterator.
Never Walk Alone's running out the first Aftershock, which means when Renrag plays this bar in turn 7, there's not going to be a second Aftershock to beat the Nobify.
That's true. We see the second drop down for the side of Renrag right now.
I mean, it's super safe. You see Never Walk Alone tap under 6 mana, there's nothing to be afraid of. And like,
exactly.
You're more than happy burning the 2 mana. You don't need the damage. You'll get the damage always.
Exactly. Now we see the Hextech Handler going to be committing for an open attack here.
Just classic soft passing from these control decks.
It is like it's a rough spot for Never Walk Alone right now, because like whatever champion he drops down is immediately getting taken off the board. Like Never Walk Alone has to figure out which one he values more.
I don't even know. I feel like it's gotta be the Heimer. I think the way you're getting through is you just need like elusive guys. You just need dudes on board. I think Jace isn't going to like. You can Jace formula, but that's gonna be a next turn thing. So
yeah. It's a really tough spot.
You gotta do something. Do you ever just like fire off this Vengeance just to like, you'll level your Jace. You get to Jace formula next turn if you want to. You could Heimer formula. Heimer formula was in 2 turns. 2 turns? 3 turns.
Ooh. We're formulating now just to get this Jace leveled.
Yeah, it's just like him leveling. We don't got a lot going on for that. And yeah, this is not looking good at all for Never Walk Alone.
Yeah, this is like a really rough hand right now. Like Renrag's sitting comfortably. He has answers to everything that Never Walk Alone has in hand.
Even more than that, Renrag can start playing proactively now with like Bar and Seraphine, another Clockling. Like, yeah, Renrag plan to end the game in like 2 or 3 turns here. Set's gonna level pretty easily. No tag out for the set or any of the. There's also a retreat. That's the wrong list again.
Never Walk Alone drawing another formula. Bar coming straight on the field.
Yeah, this is what the Nopify was for all those turns ago.
Yeah. Now we're just gonna play Piltovian Telstones, try to get that Aftershock on that Bar just to deny this value, but it's not gonna work.
Yeah, it's just that's gotta be rough knowing that you save the 3 health on killing the Pit Professional, but
but we're opting to flip the Jace now.
Hey, back to work if you don't want to be the lady of yesterday.
So you can beat a deny, but you can't beat a tag out if you try to like Vengeance set up right now.
So we're just gonna Hexblur this this Jace just to deny its value here. Are we gonna Vengeance a set?
I think we need to. It's really rough because you can't safely get rid of the bar. There's only one of Inopify, one of Deny. So, like getting rid of the set, you're losing to tag out. Getting rid of the bar, you're losing to Inopify. There's no good answers here.
And he's gonna go for the Aftershock line now, and it's gonna get denied.
Yeah, this is understandable. It's just there's only one card in the whole deck, and unfortunately, Renreg has it. Gotten off the clock link earlier in the game. This is looking like lights out, Hirsch.
Yeah, it's looking like we're already going to a game 2.
Because I'm not sure what Seraphine and Set are level up wise. But I imagine in like another turn or next turn maybe they can get there.
Set is almost flipped right now.
Okay. Just keeping the set nice and healthy. Don't want to lose to Mystic Shot. Just even though he's not gonna be doing too much. It's like he's a must answer because Neverwalk can't safely develop any of the champions or almost really anything without.
Oh, and we're going for second bar now.
Yikes! This is like I think Neverwalk was contemplating this Vengeance, but like. Even though there's no tag out, which would cost 0 here, there's still an unyielding soul which costs 1.
Yeah, I think like we were supposed to just unworthy soul here just to be able to take this or force this Heimer back into hand, right?
I think with a 0 mana high note, I don't think we're worrying about anything, to be honest.
I mean, you're still playing the bar this turn though, right? You're doing
both. I suppose so. You still have the spell mana for all that.
Yes,
you're right. I think maybe at this point, like Set's nearly leveled. Seraphine's probably about to level. You can pretty easily get a what's the card called? A doubled Showstopper, which should wipe out Heimer and these turrets.
Yeah.
So you just want to protect Set at all costs just because like the way that you can protect Set is so much cheaper than the way that Neverwalk Alone can try to deal with Set.
But the thing is, it's now it's now going to be a lot more difficult for us to flip this set because all of our cards cost 0 mana pretty much.
Oh no, what difficult problems we have here. Boo-hoo.
No holds bar. You, me.
We see the set coming in just to be able to take this Hyper off the board now. Some Dredger and Barkeeper coming in hot. Vengeance gonna be met to hit this set, but it's just gonna get bounced back into hand.
Wait, does this work?
I don't think it's working.
Hold on. No, I think it works. Does it?
No, it doesn't.
Wait, what?
Wait.
I think it's special bug. Because, okay, I'm looking at it now. It says when I'm attacking. So he's still attacking. So I think it's an aura. And it didn't have the, like, crackle on it, so...
Does it say I can't be killed, or...
It says, when I'm attacking, I can't take damage or die. And he's still attacking. So I think it's an aura. And I think it works the way that Renreg wanted it to. I think. And Neverwalk Alone surrendered, so it probably works that way.
It's an interesting interaction that I actually did not know about.
Anyway, oh, just switching sides I see here.
And now we're just switching sides.
All right, well, we saw Renreg handily take care of Neverwalk Alone's Heimer Jace. We'll see if Neverwalk Alone can pull out the same feat here. I will say Renreg does seem to have a slightly better early game, with just like a few extra cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hex Candler, I think it's a better early game.
Yeah, we already get the Hex, the Epic Scrap Corruption on the board, getting this Hex Tech Handler online, plus the 2 French fries. Oh man, this is gonna be just like a brutal early game.
I think it's gonna be mostly fine though, because you still have this tag out to turn that back into a 1/1 in hand. And so you can block the Hextech Handler, and you can take the 2 damage from the fries.
Also holding on to 3 Seraphins in hand, getting Ruthless Predator off the Seraphine, not really gonna do a whole ton for us.
I feel like Ruthless Predator could do something. We also do the Wuju style, so like this is gonna give some surprising breakpoints to Never Walk Alone. Not that there's anything in hand for Renrag at the moment to use that on, but there's definitely worse cards. You could have a 2-mana Bloodbait in hand instead.
It's true, yeah. Like it's gonna be good later on in the game. It's like it's not gonna be doing anything for us this early.
This has got to be the most suspicious pass.
Yeah.
Like you're looking at this like, why would you pass here? It's a free attack. You've got, I guess you're bluffing Set, but really Never Walk Alone is bluffing Set or bluffing Ruthless Predator, which is even scarier.
But does Renrag, can Renrag think, oh man, is this guy bluffing Ruthless Predator?
You gotta play around Ruthless Predator, man.
You gotta. It's the law.
I will say, if Never Walk Alone doesn't top deck deny right here, that Production Surge with the Hextech Handler already been played is looking a little scary.
We have to get our prize on the board before we can play Production Surge, right?
That's true. We can just also run out a 2/4, a 2/4, and a 2/2, which is also pretty good.
Yeah. We see the Quietus come out on our 2/2 elusive here, our Augmented Clockling. Wuju Style gonna be blown to protect it.
You also have the second half to block against the 7/7 Brash unit. So Never Walk Alone needs like a bit of breather, I think.
Oh wait, no, that doesn't work. I was thinking we were gonna rip the Ruthless Predator just to try to save the Seraphim, but it still doesn't work.
That's what I was thinking. We needed Ruthless Predator and the Wuju style we just committed. However, like I think Never Walk Alone is just looking at their hand and seeing, okay, I've got a bunch of nothing. I need to just be casting spells, burning through my hand as quickly as possible, because once I get a bit of breather to play this sputtering or like a time trick into a bar, I'm gonna win the game.
Inspiring.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off.
I was gonna say, like, yeah, just for Never Walk Alones, I think with this hand, you're just turboing to the Samira or Seraphine. And if you can level your Seraphine, you're probably gonna win before Renrag can put in pressure, especially with like the current board state. Because you get to block the 7/7, and it's rough because you're losing your 4/4, but it's more than livable.
Yes. Honestly, hitting Inspiring Light off. Whoa, we're not swinging?
Wow. Okay.
I'm so lost. Why didn't we swing? He had 2 mana. Like,
I mean, I guess just like wanted to redo the stats on the 2/2, I think. But like, oh, with the bar pickup, you get the bar pickup. You have 2 extra Seraphines in hand and a coin. It's gotta be the bar, right?
It's gotta be.
Yeah. And I think, especially with the jury rig, you can just rip the bar and say, "Go on, do your thing. I have a bar on the board," and just force your opponent to do something. Which, oh, interesting.
We're not playing the bar?
I'm not sure what Never Walk Alone's scared of there. I think it's just like a general fear of like, okay, they could kill my whole board, attacking for 7, and it would be scary. But I think with the jury rig free next turn, as well as just like the 3/3 you're getting off the bar, I'm not sure if there's anything you need to be scared of here. I think if you play bar, I think you're fine.
We're scared. We're scared. We're playing around Aftershock right now because if we just play this bar and spend all of our mana, Aftershock completely just blows out this.
You're right. Game. How many Aftershocks is
2
on?
And now we see the bar come out, generating a Jagged Taskmaster.
And I mean, Renrag doesn't have the Aftershock in hand. They could fish. They're fishing for the Aftershock. Let's see. Doesn't get it.
Doesn't get it. But we do get another Quietus to be able to shoot this augmented clockling again. But we're gonna go for the Soul Harvest on the Seraphine instead.
Yeah, I mean, your mid-max spot, surely they don't have 2 more Seraphines in hand. Like,
No
that
way.
would be unreasonable. No one would ever have that.
Absolutely.
But, yeah, Neverwalk just says, yeah, that's fine. You can kill her 2 more times. I'll be A-okay. And with this attack, we're going to go into Renrag's turn and see if they can put enough pressure on to not lose the game to Neverwalk alone.
I know this. I've known we've only been here for like 15 minutes, but man, I feel like this game has been going on forever. Oh, and we found the one of Pursuit of Perfection.
All right. I mean, dies to vengeance. What can I say? Bad card. But
But there's no vengeance. So do we have to really worry about that?
yes.
You're right. Yes.
I think Renrag's trying to force a production surge turn through. Just clear the board, force mana out of Neverwalk Alone, and then if you get the production surge and get a good attack, maybe you can get there with like Jace and other burn. But it's definitely gonna be extremely difficult.
So honestly, it is going to be rough, but we could throw the gamble out, play our second French fry, and just rip the 6-mana production surge. Hope we just roll the elusive unit.
Hear
And
me
I
out. We
think
can
that's-
also play the Brash unit and give all our turrets Brash. And Neverwalk Alone can't block with the 1/1.
This is true. But if we go for the production surge, okay.
Oh, he's trying it. So what? We get like Brash and Quick Attack. I don't think it actually matters what Renrag rolls. I don't think any of it's enough.
Well, we have to also be careful, right? Because if we do, we can burn units on our board, right?
For the production surge, I don't think you can.
It just autofills the entirety of the board.
Well, okay. I know there are people. Oh,
Oh my!
okay, but like, Neverwalk Alone has the high note in hand with the 2 Seraphines, but point being, I'm pretty sure that like it does some sort of random thing, but I believe that if there's only 1 space left, it's always the biggest it can do to fill it up, I believe.
So we're casting a 0-mana production surge.
I feel like, what's the Seraphine at? Because this coin's gonna come through.
Seraphine is almost flipped.
Yeah, I mean, we just play coin, we get to 4 mana, we just throw a party.
Yeah. Seraphine flip.
And like, yep. Oh, it's double. Sorry, did I say 4? I meant 8.
SMH was counting.
This is, I mean, do we just play like Song Spinner or do we play Formula? Like, there's so many lines here and all of them win.
So double inspiring light plus the double high note.
Yeah, how about that Brash keyword though?
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Pretty cool. And you know what? The Dragon Taskmaster can't go into this epic contraption, and we can Ruthless Predator to kill it.
No, never. Just don't block. Just take the 7.
We're not killing
You don't
it.
need to block. Nah, just take the 7. Hirsch, we don't need to do anything.
You're right, because we're just gonna draw into a Mystic Shot. You're right. What was I thinking?
Okay, well, how many ways can we discount this Pursuit of Perfection? Can we discount? Okay, Disciple of Doran, double discount Pursuit of Perfection, double Pursuit of Perfection, GG easy. That's the line.
You're trying to double cast Pursuit of Perfection.
Yeah, who wouldn't?
I mean,
You're telling me you've never tried to double cast Pursuit of Perfection?
I mean, you're double casting it with Karma, but we're not running Karma here. We're trying to actually double cast Pursuit of Perfection here in a very difficult state.
That's what Disciple of Dorn is for. We get the preparation, double discount, get it down to 2, double cast Pursuit. Easy.
I just want to point out something. We literally took Anomaly off this Pharaoh's Financier.
I mean, I don't think there's many other lines to go for.
I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad line. I like it. I just love it a lot.
You just need the Hail Mary.
Yeah. So Renrag's board being reduced to absolutely nothing and Never Walk Alone suddenly being on top of this matchup right now.
Oh, here we go.
And we have the Pursuit of Perfection.
Elusive 30-30 coming in. I hope he casts the elusive. That's just like the little cherry on top. Come on, play Sunworks map.
It's not just elusive.
No! It's double elusive.
It's double elusive.
It's twice the elusive.
And we're moving.
Scarier than a big cat you can't see.
Exactly. And you know what? We're in for another mirror matchup. We're in for the Heimer Chase mirror.
Let's go.
Let's go.
You know, it'd be funny if Hextech Handler buffed all tech everywhere, so you just keep running bigger and bigger guys into each other. It's like Murlocs in Hearthstone. You just buff everything everywhere.
That would be extremely funny.
All right.
Oh, Never Walk Alone, I think is honestly, we just keep. Do we keep the Vengeance?
It's like the Vengeance is good until like exactly Scrap Traption. Otherwise, you want it later, right?
Oh, we're full kicking.
Full kick. Not even a production search. I mean,
I would have thought we'd at least keep the Forge Chief, right?
Are we just gonna see like pass, epic Scrap Traction from both sides?
That's exactly what we're gonna see.
The true mirror start. I mean, I can't imagine anything else actually.
I can't either.
Here we go.
So there's one. Are we seeing the one to match? Oh,
Let's go.
man. And we're offering up the trade?
We're just running them into each other.
Yes, sir. This is invigorating gameplay right now.
That's actually a little interesting thing for Never Walk Alone because like that it is a bit of a tell from Renrag that Renrag doesn't have the Hextech Handler. Otherwise, you would have waited a turn to run them into each other. But
Yeah.
that's like very minor.
You see Reggie get dropped on the board. Utter Devastation, Harrowing, and Formula. It's just going to be a Formula. Actually, we have 2 Formula in hand. We don't need another.
How interesting is a Harrowing though? Oh, let's go.
Are we going to get enough units in? Are we
Look, we're gonna
res
res Albus, Heimer, Jace. Not a 6/6. It's gonna be a 1/1. But ignoring that,
True.
we're gonna res a 6/1 elusive. That's pretty cool. Actually, we're just gonna res a bunch of Hextech Handlers, and we're gonna have bigger units. Good old Demacia tech.
You just take this pass, right? There's no reason you don't.
I mean, the
So
funny thing though, it's the game's based off of these like 6-mana breakpoints because you're running 3 Soul Harvest. So you can play like a formula and you get to still bluff a Soul Harvest to kill a Heimer. And there's nothing Renrag can do because he has 5 mana, not 6.
Uh-huh.
So you could just rip a formula to be shitting with your mana. Yeah.
Not any really good hits right now.
Yeah, I mean like no Soul Cleave or not Soul Cleave, Soul Harvest. But like you have to respect the bluff. You don't just want to run out Heimer with no mana.
Yeah.
It's probably just taking the 4 here, going to next turn, and I guess you could block. That makes sense too.
Wouldn't it have been better if we went quick attack Jace instead of challenger Jace?
I think the challenger Jace is because you get to do that open pass because you have the quick attack Jace or the challenger, because it means Neverwalk Alone can't develop a Heimer. You can try to bluff the Soul Harvest, but like Renrag doesn't have it in hand, so it'd be like Neverwalk Alone could just call the bluff and that's a Heimer developed for free. So this is like the safe line, I think, to force Heimer to not come down that turn. But yeah, from here, it feels like at this point, you just gotta get, both players are gonna start trying to get a level Jace to stick and get some value off of it. So like Neverwalk Alone has Jace plus formula.
Yeah.
And so does Renrag. However, both players have ways to kill their opponent's Jace.
But Renrag doesn't need this Jace to stick because we do have Alpus in hand.
That's true, but like there's so many of these 6-cost just hard kill spells. You want to be running your opponent out, I think, quicker. Like if you play this Albus, it's gonna take time to develop your second Jace, right?
Yeah.
And if you give Neverwalk Alone time, there's time for formulas to draw more vengeances, for instance. So, like, it's going to be really difficult for either player to land any of their champions safely. But I think if either player is given a bit of time, that's going to be a pretty deciding feature of this game. If either player can get a bit of value off of their champions.
And a quick score update from the lower side of the bracket, we have Tron 1-0 against Lotus Esports. They're the only team that is playing in Eternal right now. Everybody else is playing Standard, and we also have PCP up 1-0 against Always Be Gaming Vandal City right now.
It's gotta be fun. You just like say, "Oh, we're in Constellation. Doesn't matter. Who wants to play Eternal?" Which, like, I feel like that's fair. You've been playing a pretty similar meta throughout the entire Heart of the Huntress League, so Eternal's like so starkly different.
Yeah.
Look at these passes, just like, hey, you blink first.
It's almost like we're playing a tri-beam mirror.
This is what I was talking about, her.
Who's gonna blink first, man? Oh man, I love back in the day when you played tri-beam mirrors. It's like whoever played the first card just auto loses the game.
Because the other one gets tri-beam back.
You're just burning your entire hand right now. So we see the vengeance get ripped onto this Jace. Actually, no, we're pulling back.
Oh my god.
We're just doing a whole lot of nutting right now.
Oh, God.
The Force Chief gonna swing in for another 2 damage, just chipping away at Renrag's health right now.
Tell me, Hirsch, what could you do with 14 mana? These players just throw it away, just ungrateful.
You know what? With 14 mana, I could do a whole lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm. So, like, Neverwalk's gonna do something, right?
Yes.
What is it gonna be? Because Renrag... Oh, it's gonna be Mystic Shot formula? Mystic Shot. Oh, alright, Mystic Shot Quietus.
I like this line a lot. Just forcing Renrag to burn one of his 6-shot spells to tap under, just to be able to get value.
So, like, Renrag has a formula, so, like, burning the formula is like not awful. However, so this is going to change it to Renrag can now play like Production Surge or Epic Structure option. Because, I guess not.
So we're doing this line just to be able to burn the Quietus. That's absolutely doing nothing for us at the moment, but it's just...
Well, I mean, you want this Mystic Shot for this turn right here, right?
Yes, correct. Like, being able to now burn this Quietus because we have nothing else to burn it on. Everything else is too high of power and health to be able to use this Quietus on now.
Yeah, and like the good player he is, Renrag draws another Heimer to replace the one that was lost.
Exactly. We're burning the turret? What is going on, Fansora? I don't understand.
It's, I guess the turret is worth 5 mana? That would have been wild though if that pass was taken. I
am so confused right now.
Okay, I'm like, I kind of understand where Renrick is coming from. I'm not sure if it just doesn't matter. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But I think the idea is that like, if Neverwalk Alone burns the turret, he's also burning 5 mana, which would keep a level Jason to the next turn. That's what I think the mindset is.
That's fair.
Which I get that. It still looks very wild on paper, but
So I just want to point out that after Renreg lost both Heimer and Jace, he just top decks immediately or the next pair.
yeah, and see that Albus Pharos, that's a 3rd Jace right there.
It is, and this Jace is going away real quick.
So I think Neverwalk Alone wants to play Jace into formula to draw even more kill spells to deal with the like 100th and 30th Heimer and Jace.
130th?
Yeah, I numbers are hard, man.
I didn't know 3 could turn into 130th.
Look. Okay,
So
technically, we're gonna see a bunch of Heimer's production surges. We'll get there eventually. Don't worry about it.
Yes. So you're seeing a 7 mana production surge getting ripped off the board, getting a 4 wide turret board right now.
All right, Nuggets or bust. Let's see the Hextech Handler. Not quite. Okay, and Neverwalk Alone's trying to run into their champions. You know, slowly but surely. So, are we gonna see the response, Jason to Vengeance, with formula? I imagine so.
I mean, you have to. There's no way you're not doing it, right?
I mean, no, you're not quite burning.
Back to work if you don't want to be the lady of yesterday.
You gotta root the formula, yeah.
Yeah, you have to. Drawing second Jace and a missed call. The one of missed call actually gonna get some value here right now.
Hold on. Missed call, does it revive a Jace with no keywords? I think it does.
There's only one way to find out.
See, I don't know if you even care about it though. I think you're saving the missed call for Heimer. Because you don't have anything you particularly care to double with Jace. Like that Shock Blast. Renrag's at 14, it's gonna take a while.
And we get the safety ruination just in case we need the emergency eject button.
These Pharos hits are nuts.
Absolutely, they are.
Like, we just saw a bar game, Hirsch. We saw 2 bar games, and yet this is the game with wilder RNG hits off of Manifest.
RNG? There's no RNG here. It's all skill. What are you talking about?
Yeah, let's see this skill right here.
Oh my god, a harrowing! Look at this skill!
Yeah, how many champions is coming off that harrowing?
I help when I can.
No! It would have been like 2 Jaces and a elusive turret.
You get 2 Jaces, an elusive turret, and you get a Heimerdinger as well.
I don't know, that 3-1 turret might get in the way. I'm gonna tell you, but these guys are gonna go to deck out before they commit anything.
Are they?
I mean, like, okay, how many? Okay, Renrag. Both of them are on the 3 Pharos financiers, so like, of course, there's the 3rd Jace.
And this Albus Pharos is going straight to the grave right now.
This is why you needed the harrowing. You get Albus,
exactly.
2 Jaces, elusive turret. The only thing you lose to is a ruination, and you know that he doesn't have it in his deck list, so like, there's nothing to fear, right?
I think we're gonna get to a point where Albus is just gonna be absolutely massive that he's just gonna basically OTK the game.
Well, there he is.
Oh!
I think he's just hovering to see what it is. I'm not sure. Okay, it's like a Heimer, or I don't think it's even that good for Never Walk Alone. I don't think Never Walk Alone has had much stuff dying because he spent the entire game killing like 5 champions that Renrek has.
Like the only thing that's buried for Never Walk Alone right now is a Forge Chief, two or three Reggies and a Jace. I think. I don't think he has a really big board. What are we doing? We're burning mana.
Look, as I always say, are you really playing Legend of Runeterra if you don't full pass on turn 12?
Listen, man, there's active players out here starving for this mana, and we're just burning it. What is going on, man?
I'd love to see it. Open attack from a 2-1 turret. Death by 1,000 cuts. Once we see that, I'll tell you, if we see that turret attack 10 times, Renrek will win the game.
We saw Forge Chief attack 3 times already right now.
That's true. He's winning.
Field testing.
Good lord.
Oh, man.
Wow, who would have seen it coming?
Who would have seen this coming? And now we're going to see a missed call finally. Yes.
Missed call here?
Are we?
I'll tell you, if we see a missed call into a Vengeance, this Harrowing's not looking too bad.
Yeah, this Harrowing's looking fantastic.
I actually think it's looking pretty bad, actually. But now, hold on. I thought about it for a couple seconds longer, and actually, Renrek is supposed to play this Production Surge, blocked out against the entire board of like ephemeral Jaces, and go into next turn. So, so actually, I don't think it does anything.
We're doing a little bit of Giga Chad passing.
I mean, we're gonna see. I think it's actually gonna be pretty underwhelming of a Harrowing, but let's see if Renner. Oh,
And eminently solvable.
unless.
So this Harrowing's gonna get ripped immediately. It has to, right? Come on.
I mean, you get a Harrowing and an 80. That's not too bad.
Oh,
Or you
but
can
we're
get, like,
going for 11 mana or 11 powered epic scrap traption. Actually, it's 12.
Wait, has Never Walk Alone played a Hextech Handler?
No one's played a Hextech Handler this game.
Oh my. Okay, well, what's it gonna be? I think so. Renrag responds with Production Surge, and we just see what happens. Who knows?
Oh wait, they get random. They get the keywords they died with.
Wait, they do. Wait, it's a play effect. Oh, that's a rough roll from Renrag, though.
Yo.
Oh, okay. No, it says grant me, so I guess that stays when it's dead. It's a play effect that grants it, which apparently stays when he dies. Huh.
So the challenger turret or the challenger Jace pulls the barrier turret, and we just swing with the rest, right? No, we just throw out the T-Hex and then we do that.
Let's get started.
Wait, no, don't swing
Wait,
the Heimer.
no.
No, don't pull that Heimer back. Okay,
Okay, cool. Whew.
I think he just threw it out there just to see, just to have the game do the math for him.
That was an unfortunate. I mean, you still get a 7-1 around, but like, it would have been nice if we had a bunch of like 2-1s and whatnot. You get to block out a bit more, but like, Renrek's still at 12. Is this? I don't think this is leveling Heimer. I think it's just could be for extra 2 blockers. You want to block the 7-1? That makes sense. But
we're making a 1-1 brush.
I think we just want a good blocker for the 7-1 because if like Renrek open attacks, you'd like to kill it.
And the first Hextech Handler has been drawn this entire game.
Oh, good lord.
We're gaming finally.
How big is this Albus Pharos? That's what I'm wondering. Because like we've only seen a couple of double J spells, so
Can we get a production check on this Albus Pharos in hand?
well, that's
Oh man!
Is he tapping under? Oh no, that's game. GG.
Oh wait, no, we
Wrap.
Oh wait, no, we don't have
Never walk alone.
We don't have the out. Oh,
Good game. Albus does it again. How can Ezreal do this, Hirsch? I mean,
how can Ezreal do this? Ezreal needs to be nerfed because of this, man.
alrighty.
Unfair.
What a wild set. That was a 45-minute set, basically.
It really was.
Okay, well, I'm happy Never Walk Alone won, like I said at the beginning of this, because it might mean we'll see Diana invoke in Standard. Let's see what happens.
I love this. I love this so much. You were saying, "Oh man, I don't want to see this matchup at all," but
I
this was a
take
lot
it all
of
back.
fun.
That was a great matchup. It just took a while.
It was a great set. But with that, while we recollect ourselves, we're gonna send it to a quick break. We'll see you guys in a couple minutes here. Welcome back, everybody, to the Aegis Esports Hearth of the Huntress League. We are in finals. We just watched a banger match versus BKB Rendrag and Aphrodite Esports GZ Never Walk Alone. Fansor, why don't you give us a recap of what just happened?
I don't know if I can do it justice. We saw what seemed like, some pretty standard control mirrors, and those was an incredible finish. Just perfect damage off the Albus Pharos. Nothing else mattered, and those, I don't know, those were just very interesting matches.
I do want to point out, I made the call that this Albus Pharos was going to swing for lethal, and it was going to be a big one, and oh man, was it big.
I mean, first, I gotta say, like, with games this exciting, I wish I were playing in some of these games, Like, if I wanted to play in some of these games, where can I go for that?
You know what? And that's going to segue us into our sponsor for this season. The Aegis Esports Hearth of the Huntress League is brought to you in part by Community Gaming. Community Gaming is an all-in-one tournament platform that helps supercharge events of all levels, from community grassroots to tier 1 professional events. Experience it yourself. Start playing and earning at communitygaming.io today.
All right. Well, with that said, who do we have up next to start facing Never Walk Alone? See if Breaking Bandle can get the reverse sweep. Ninja Duelist.
We have Ninja Duelist. And he's
Jack
bringing...
Warren. It's been so long.
It's been so long, and I love that it's still... even in the Eternal format, it was just absolutely dominating. And we're now bringing it back into standard with Glacial Saurian with the recent buff that they did to it.
I think it's the first time you've said that card correctly, Hirsch.
Yeah, because I actually remembered how to pronounce it this time.
Congrats. Let's see. Only change this deck, as far as I remember, is just Fish Fight going to 3. I think everything else is pretty standard. You got the one of Very Nice to squeak out some wins against other decks that can install against you. But yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing seems out of the ordinary from what I remember.
Dude, I thought for top end that we just ran Glacial Saurian. Like, I do enjoy like the top, or having Iceveil Cultist as a top end, just to grab every unit that has a weapon overwhelm as well.
I feel like I've seen it at least experimented with. It's like, I feel like it's a little bit, it depends, right? Because like, Jax is overwhelm, Saurian is overwhelm, Orin can't get overwhelmed, but he can copy like a Jax weapon. So I think it's, as a one, if it makes sense. I think any more than that, you start to be wondering like, oh, well, most of my units have overwhelm anyway, or overwhelm weapon. Do I need to give them extra overwhelm? So I see what they're going for with the one of.
Yeah. And moving on to the second deck that Ninja Duelist has brought this week, we have LeBlanc Ash.
Got another throwback.
Oh man, I haven't seen this deck in forever, man. This brings me back.
With the one of Reckoning, I feel like I haven't seen Reckoning like at all before it was nerfed, and now it's nerfed to 7. So I mean, triple Reckless Trifarian. I know that was something that people would argue about. It's like, oh, do you need something there? Do you need Reckless Trifarian? Do you need Ivaros and Trapper? And for everyone, what I've heard, he was like, all top players are like, Reckless Trifarian, that's the way to go. So,
but why are we doing Reckless Trifarian over Avaros and Trapper? I feel like having a 1-mana 5/5 is just absolutely disgusting.
See, that's like, I don't have a take on this because I don't particularly care for this deck, but it's a touch more efficient, and you also kind of want card draw. Like, you have Trifarian Defensor, which is like really good card draw, but you do need to draw you into things. So there might be like a little bit of a consistency issue if you're adding extra cards to the top of your deck, even though it's a 1-mana 5/5.
Yeah, another tech that I don't think I've seen in this deck at all is just running Combat Cook in this lineup as well.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, how often is he a 5/5? I'm not sure the numbers on that, but it's like almost half the time, I feel.
So we have Pan of Pain, we have Fishawak, and we have
Fix Him Up for 5,000.
Yes, Fix Him Up for 5,000. Those are the only, and also Entrancing, or not Entrancing Lure, Combat Rail.
Right.
Those, pretty much all the weapons except for Rake and Pot of Pain are the only ones that
oh yeah
that don't bring it to 5.
So it's like 7 out of 9 or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, now that we actually just talked that through, that actually makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah. I mean, the other secret weapons, I also see Dark and Spear. It's like, hey, you're already running 3 Omen Hawks. Why not run 2 more?
Exactly. But why not run a better Omen Hawk?
Yeah, why not run Omen Hawk if it was a Darken?
Exactly. And moving on to Ninja Duelist's final deck, we have Fisamir again.
Right, this looks very similar, actually.
I think it looks actually card for card.
I'm not sure if Never Walk Alone had, or no, Renrat. Okay, if it was the others, they're same team. No, Ninja Duelist is a Noxian Fervor Enjoyer, actually.
Yes,
and Renrat is not.
Ninja Duelist teched in 1 Noxian Fervor and decided to drop down on. I'm looking over this list real quick and trying to like compare on the fly. So we dropped down on 1 Ionaki Gaboras for 1 Fervor.
Oh, I like my card draw.
Hey man, I like having 3 damage to whatever I want on the board.
Yeah, but if Guy Knocker says draw 2 cards, what if you could draw 2 Noxian Fervors off of that, right?
But we're either running 1 or we're running none, so where are we getting the third one, the second Noxian Fervor from?
We don't need early games. Just like cut all the Jagged Butchers, cut all the Coral Creatures. Unnecessary.
You know what? Don't even run units. This deck doesn't need units at all. All we need is Fisamir. That's all we need to get by.
No units, only Noxian Fervor. That's all you need. With that, we're into the bans. Ninja Duelist, I'm begging you. I want to see this Diana deck. If you win, that's fine. Just don't ban the Diana deck, please.
I honestly think that he's gonna ban the Heimer Jace because that deck is a lot harder for him to get through. Like any
This
lineup is absolutely allergic to Shadow Isles.
Doesn't like Ash LeBlanc get there just because like you get Omen Hawk curves and you win the game off of Omen Hawk?
No, because
that's what I remember.
Because like Shadow Isles just has hard removal. I mean, like anything mid range just hates is allergic to Shadow Isles because we take our big win cons out of the game.
So I see that for the Jax Orin, but for the actual Blanc, I'm forgetting the matchup tables, but I thought that like because you were running a bunch of medium-sized units, you could beat the hard removal because it was so But yeah, for the Jax Orin especially, I think I see it. But yeah, we see the band come out in the Shadow Isles, Heimer Jace. We've seen plenty of that deck, I think. No more 12 damage Albus Pharos surprising you in the middle of the night.
Surprising you in the middle of the night?
Yeah, you don't wake up with a cold sweat and you see Albus Pharos there talking about progress and like dealing 12 damage to you.
Ready to punch you in the face for 12 damage? Wake up, it's time for progress. Oh god.
That's my favorite Albus Pharos quote. Wake up, it's time for progress. Anyway, we see Fisamir get banned on the other side. So it looks like we're just gonna come down to Never Walk Alone stopping all the medium-sized threats that Ninja Duelist puts out and seeing if they can get over the top with the combo finishes. With we see the Cosmic Hall on the one side and just like Karma nonsense on the other side.
So I believe that this deck is gonna, or like Ninja Duelist's lineup is just really good into this Diana lineup. Like he's gonna struggle into this Karma Set Seraphine deck just because of the bounces and stuns, just the stall tools that we have available to us. But like we don't care about that. Like we're just farming this Diana Cosmic deck.
Oh, hold on, Sunburst is Sunburst rotated?
Is Sunburst rotated? I don't think it is. Is it?
What? Why is he running Sunburst?
Is Sunburst standard?
Sunburst is standard. He's running none of them. I'm not sure how to feel about that.
Am I just being gaslit right now?
No, Sunburst, it says... Okay, maybe Runeterra is just wrong.
Actually gonna make me log into the game and see if this is actually standard or not. I think it is.
Because I'm not seeing any, and all the Cosmic Call decks in Eternal have 3 Sunbursts, because it's like the single best removal option that those decks have. And there's only 1 Hex Splitter in it. I feel like without Sunburst, I'm even more inclined to think that Ninja is just gonna have a field day with the Cyana deck.
Yeah. Like even with Sunburst is like not the end of the world for us as well.
Which is like, okay, Jax Ornn, it kind of doesn't super matter because you can't silence the weapons, but like, against the Ash LeBlanc, there's going to be these like a 6/4 Ash. You can't deal with a 6/4 Ash. You're running 2 Ash Shocks, a couple of High Notes. 6/4 Ash is basically unkillable for you. So you need a Sunburst for that, or a Fallen Comet, which is a little hard to come by.
Yeah.
Well, I guess remains to be seen. I do hope this does well. I mean, like, obviously it's missing so many tools that Eternal has for Invoke and Celestials. But it's definitely interesting to see how it fares in the standard meta.
Yeah. I just double checked and confirmed Sunburst is standard, so.
Oh, it's such a good card though. Whatever.
It's okay.
Hex Splitter is like a 6-mana Sunburst, right?
Hex Splitter is a 6-mana Sunburst, but better.
I disagree with that.
But why would we want to obliterate when we can just silence?
That's your hit. Obliterate kills weapons, you're right. Loses to Here to Help, but whatever.
No, like, Hex Splitter does lose to Here to Help. Any buffs that you throw on top of
Which is why we need Sunburst. That's the whole point.
That's what I'm saying. You're telling me here that Hex Splitterator is better than
No,
Sunburst.
That's what you said.
I'm telling you, I'm telling you, Sunburst is better than Hex Splitter.
That's what I said.
So why are we arguing that? We're on the same page. We're agreeing.
On the tapes, Hirsch said Hex Splitter was better.
I don't believe it. I'm being gaslit into oblivion here.
All right, in 5 minutes, I'm gonna prove you wrong, Hirsch.
I want you to save that clip and run it back.
You'll find it. Anyway, we're getting to our first match. Walker running back with Set, Karma, Seraphine as their first deck, and Jax Ornn side of Ninja Duelist.
This is a full kick and a half.
For Ninja Duelist?
Yes, this is a full kick and a half.
I was gonna say. I'm like, ooh, not even keeping the set. I actually, that kind of makes sense. That's not the greatest thing against kind of the weapon stuff, but
yeah.
All right. Pretty reasonable hands from both players. Nothing too crazy just yet.
So we see favorite artisan drop on the board right now. We're gonna see a Seraphine drop in response as well, just to get our 2-mana spell.
Fix my stage first or my lyrics.
Ooh, Hold the Infinite actually is a pretty good hit off of Seraphine right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the wrong deck for it, but whatever. That remains to be seen on Never Walk Alone's second deck.
Bro, you just want to see this Diana deck so bad.
Okay, look. Invoke is one of the better Targon things that they could be doing. Pantheon, snooze fest. Invoke?
True.
That's, yeah.
True.
But also, it's like, okay, but actually though, this is basically the only deck that has a strong parallel in the Eternal meta.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I think, could you play Jace, Heimerdinger, and Fist and Mirror in Eternal? Yes, they'd be fine. You could probably play most of these decks in Eternal. But like, this is really close to a deck that actually exists at full power in Eternal, so I'm really interested to see how much it loses. Also, how much the different metas of Eternal and Standard affect it. Yes. So like, I think I have good reason to be excited about this, but...
So you see Behold the Infinite come out with Crescent Winds, Crescent Strike.
Good God, man.
I am having like an aneurysm over here, Jesus. But we see Crescent Strike come out, and the obvious choice. There's like absolutely no other choice for Never Walk Alone. We see Piltover Castaway come down, getting the fearsome weapon.
I mean, the one thing I'm worried about is like, Ninja Duelist has Evens token, which means like if Ornn comes down, that's an open attack. So like, you know, there's gotta be at least a bit of thinking on Ninja Duelist's side. Hey, that could be a Crescent Strike. If Never Walk Alone passes through like turn 8 and hasn't played it, it's probably a Crescent Strike waiting for an open attack or waiting for develop to Crescent Strike. So,
for sure. And Never Walk Alone is facing 12 damage right now. Like Tag Out is going to be seen dropped on probably the Innovative Blacksmith, right?
maybe it's just like Never Walk Alone needs to get this Unworthy Soul, I think, triggered for Ninja Duelist's next attack token. Like,
So-
ideally, you want it to be 3 just to have it as like in the back pocket.
Oh, we're seeing Retreat brought out right now.
I think you're fine for now. I don't think there's any need to rush the recall. But we see both. All right. Only down to 5 health. Is Ninja Duelist gonna commit the catch? I don't think there's any need to.
Yeah, there's no need to commit this hit catch.
I
Like,
think it's gonna be-
we're
yeah, it's gonna be much
using
better
this
use
there.
getting this like 3-2 weapon on in a surprise.
Yes. Fracture!
Oh my god! Look,
What a hit!
look, sometimes you just hit and better player wins, I guess. So, good lord.
Oh man, no, you don't rip it now. Just keep it. No, just save it. I guess ripping it now is not actually the worst thing. He's getting a read that Ninja Duelist has no other weapons in hand right now.
This is why you need to run Sharesies to play around Fracture.
You know what? That's
You can never be too safe.
I'm gonna say the first pun of the night. That's a fact. Sure.
See, like you're banning on Hammer Jace. You're like, oh, Quiet isn't real. It can't hurt you, and you'd be right, but you forgot about Fracture.
What good are the War Mothers?
It's a 6/6.
And we see Icefield Cultists come down now, just giving our Innovative Blacksmith overwhelm as well.
See, Never Walk Alone is like fine, but at some point Ninja Duelist is just gonna start playing these Orns, and Never Walk Alone needs to draw like Bar or something good.
Well, we have the balance for the Orn, so like we are kind of chilling right now. Like we have tag
Yeah,
out,
but, like-
we have answers for the Orn. I 100% agree with that Crescent Strike right there.
Yeah, that did look good.
Yeah.
What I'm saying with the Orn though, and with the bounce, it's like, yeah, we have the answers to last for a couple turns. The problem is like, it's going to be so much more taxing because like we're losing card value essentially.
Yeah.
Oh.
And we're opting to give Ninja Duelist an action here, so we are gonna take 11 or not 11 damage. We're taking
5.
We're taking 6 at most.
Oh, we'll just take 5.
Yeah, taking 5 is fine too.
And then we draw. Wait, there's Oriole. Ninjas has run out of weapons for Orn to copy.
Yes.
Hold on. Orn's not actually a problem yet.
Yeah, or not anymore. Like we're at that point now.
And there's an Unworthy Soul too, if that comes to the problem.
Well, problem solved. We found
Well.
another weapon.
Funny how that works out, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Ooh, set draw is kind of nice. So what's nice is this Crescent Strike finally could come into play if we see Combat Cook into Orn next turn, responding with Crescent Strike.
Yes. Combat Cook coming down, getting Pan of Pain. It's got to be Pan, right?
Well, you want to put it on Orn, so you don't care about the tough though.
I guess it doesn't matter because we are just forging, making it a 5/6 now. So never walk alone. Considering his options right now, wondering if he's gonna just slam this set right now.
So like the one small issue with like Never Walk Alone is like they can keep getting rid of the weapons. However, they're kind of just losing on board.
We do have another score update in the works. We have Tron 2-0 against Lotus Esports right now. Monte Cristo going to town.
Wow. Is Monty just 2-0?
Yeah, Monty's 2-0.
Very nice. That's our eternal set there. They get to play with real invoke cards.
What do you mean? We have real invoke cards. We just watched Behold the Infinite. Are you telling me that's not real?
Wait, hold on. Oh my god, he is. Mike is just running triple invoke on Lotus. You get to run Aphelios, Diana Zoe, and Samira. Those are 3 different decks that all run like 37 of the same cards.
And PCP coming up 1-1 into ABG Bandle City. Wait, I almost said something else and I don't know what I was going to say. Man, having aneurysms is really fun.
I can tell.
So Crescent Strike coming out now just to stop this Ord and this combat cook from swinging now.
But like this is what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, you can keep stalling. However, like, how are we dealing with it next turn? We have 2 bounces. Cool. But what are we doing up with this 5-4 and a 6-5? I mean, a little Seraphine can do some pretty nutty stuff. So like, not out of the question.
So we're
it's not looking great.
We're just trying to get to a point in the game where we can just get the set out that is taking off these big units one by one.
Yeah, and even just like more so the just like the weapons.
But the problem is we are taking lethal right now.
I don't think we have a second Seraphine in hand, do we?
I don't think that's a second Seraphine.
So this is probably a tag line. I think you badly need a Seraphine to be alive, I'm pretty sure. Surely there's a tag out committed here too, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I can appreciate this line a lot. We're getting 2 coins and we're taking out the Glacial Saurian. It's 2. Is it 2 coins per tag out or is it 1 coin per tag out?
It's 1 per tag out. I think that coin's going to be 4 coins. I know because I believe there was a place your bets earlier.
Yes, this is 4 coins right now.
So like the thing with Ninja Duo is saving this Glacial Saurian. It's like, yeah, you'd save it, you push an extra 6 damage. Neverwalker goes down to 2. It's a little whatever because you don't have any direct damage, I think. So it's all unit damage anyway. Is it worth it? We do see that's a fish fight, I believe, on Ninja's side. You know, that's the one nice thing. Now that they changed fish fight to 3 mana, you don't have to worry about confusing it with Fish-A-Whack.
True.
This is a quality of life buff.
Oh my god, this isn't a quality of life buff. This is a Hirsch buff. Now I don't have to confuse them anymore.
So I imagine sets extremely close to leveled. Never Walk Alone can play like roughly 20 cards this turn, so we'll see what happens. See, with Seraphine leveled, I imagine the Pursuit Faction's getting close as well. But we do see 2 answers on the side of Ninja Duels in terms of the Harsh Winds and 3 Sisters.
It's really upsetting that that Never Walk Alone got a dead card off of Seraphine right now.
Look, sometimes you draw Fracture, sometimes you draw Soul Harvest.
Why can't you just draw Fracture again? Come on.
That's a good point. I would have drawn Fracture again.
Exactly. Oh wait, Seraphine creates new spells that you haven't played yet, so...
Oh, so that's why we should have saved Fracture the whole time.
True. Always sandbag the fracture. So we see Ninja Duelist hand over Never Walk Alone, a really juicy pass right now.
This is a scary pass. I'm like you can Never Walk Alone is still technically fine with 2 overwhelm units. However, it's because of the bounce spells, you have to like commit so much mana during combat. Wait, actually, sorry, I misread the Aftershock. Regardless, you have to commit so much mana during combat. It's really difficult to pre-commit any bounces because they can be replayed in time for the next attack swing.
So we see favorite artisan going to buff up the Ornn just to be able, or buff up the Ornn just to be able to flip it next turn, even though we are pushing a ton of damage next turn with it.
Is that a rummage? Yeah. I mean, look, okay, sorry, you were talking bad about Soul Harvest. Soul Harvest is the perfect rummage fodder. You can never ask for better discard fodder, Hirsch.
But what are we discarding? What else are we discarding?
Aftershock, probably. Aftershock could kill the 5/3 or 6/3.
It doesn't though.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
Absolutely punished.
All right, so now we see coin into set. That gives you the showstopper to get rid of that combat cook weapon. But there's another combat cook in hand. This is like full mana here, right?
Yeah.
Oh, 8's basically full.
I think we're at 12 now, and I think we get the showstopper off of this too.
Is it?
Yes! So we actually get a line where we actually can take off the weapon off the combat cook and force him to play a second combat cook.
Come on, people paid for a show.
I'm wondering if Ninja's just passes here, do you ever just take the path? Because like Ninja's needs to hit. Wait, no, I don't think Ninjas can hit a weapon to save the combat cook because Pan of Pan has already been gotten. So Catch can't save this combat cook.
Correct.
But the question is, do you worry about the 6-1?
Well, I mean, we are always swinging with the set here, no matter what, because set is not going to take any damage. Like,
no, like this is a very long time for Ninja Duelist to pause. Something's up.
Welcome to the arena.
So we're going to swing for 2 damage here. I imagine we're going to see this 3 sisters come out just to frostbite this set.
I think you just play combat cook into Ornn, and you get to set up your attack again. Is that scout weapon? Interesting. All right. Well.
So Ornn will flip on the scout attack.
That's if he attacks, though.
That's if he attacks. You're right.
There's a bit of a caveat there that we see now.
I forgot the most important keyword. If.
Look, the most important keyword in Ionia is no.
So this concussive palm coming swiftly out, denying this Ornn from striking, and suddenly Never Walk Alone is sitting on top right now.
You just do an aftershock and just call it a day. Go next. Yeah. Or you can even just block with your 2/2. You get to like, you can sputtering here.
Oh, we're tossing the aftershock.
Oh, all right.
Double bar, what is going on? And we get a showstopper 2 to get rid of this Ornn.
Well, if we have enough time, gotta go quick.
Let's mix up the set list, yeah?
And it gets, oh my goodness.
And it goes the combat cook too. We're getting rid of the entirety of the board.
The funny thing is, Never Walk Alone can play the Preserve Perfection next turn, and it's gonna get frozen, so we have to wait a couple more turns. And then it's gonna get entombed or frozen again. So, unless this is quite nearly lethal here,
We're 2 off.
I believe that's the new Janet card there. I forget what it's called, but
It's oh wait, no, it's not the card I'm thinking of.
Come on, let's hit it.
Divine Draft.
Yeah. So, New Duels has to commit a freeze here, at least one.
Love me now.
We're committing 2.
Well, you can just like harsh ones here, right?
Yeah. That's what I meant.
Getting there with like such a rough start, but like getting just enough weapon destruction to push the New Duels to just. Oh, well, okay, never mind. That's game. Oops.
Why?
Anyway, that was. Oh,
It's that game yet.
spoke too soon. Hold on. Is there any extra damage Neverwalker can pull out?
He can most certainly play. Oh wait, never mind. We're not gonna get a card off a bar.
So we can get to Clockling into Mystic Shot, because why not?
True.
You deserve it.
Mystic Shot, because why not? You deserve it.
Yeah.
What is this, like a L'Oreal commercial?
You know, like.
So Or getting dropped on the board. We're gonna take the upcycled rake.
Well, you can't actually pick when it's from hand.
I thought
All
you
right.
can.
No, when it's from hand, it takes the strongest. When it's on board, you can pick.
Ah. Wait, did we just skip? Like that whole action happened so fast I didn't see what happened.
No, I looked away to check the Orn text, and I'm like, surely we take formula there. Wait, did we not have a way to get Set Showstopper to win the game?
Apparently not.
Surely. Okay. Formula, stun, classic riff, Showstopper.
I said this earlier. This Jack's Orn deck is just gonna struggle against Seraphim Karma.
Yeah.
And man,
Well, we have
it is
Karma,
struggling.
so you know.
But it doesn't matter. We're still struggling. We have Karma at home. Who needs Karma?
Yeah, we saw doubled inside of ages. We basically have Karma.
Exactly.
All right, we do this.
So another concussive
formula.
No.
We spend 2 mana any which way, and we win the game off of Seth's Showstopper. Unless you PM and try to get your Pursuit of Perfection down. That's the other option.
I mean, you're in such a demanding spot right now that you can.
Well, why?
Oh, we just play the you just play the formula here and you secure the win. There's no innate healing in this deck.
We had uninteractive lethal two actions ago, but you know.
I'm so confused. Oh, I understand now. We're burning cards.
Doesn't matter. We have Showstopper for lethal.
I know, but we're burning cards, so
so we don't overdraw off this formula.
Yes,
That's
correct.
Oh, okay.
Correct.
Wait, no. You don't need to burn cards. I'm pretty sure the Showstopper comes in first, I believe.
Don't remember the ordering. Catch come out, giving this Glacial Saurian upcycled rake now.
A duet? Heck yeah!
Wait. This is lethal.
No. You can
Oh wait, no. It's only three. It's only three. Yes, it's only three.
You could also transmogulate as well to beat Fury of the North. Well, you need to. But you can also just take the hit. I'm pretty sure. I think that's actually you could also do that line. You just take the hit. There's nothing they have in the deck to do direct damage. Wait, I'm sorry. Oh my god. Oh my. It's like I said, it was the Pursuit of Perfection BM line. Who needs to have deterministic lethal?
But the thing is, this Pursuit of Perfection is not going through.
You're winning anyway because you have so many elusives, but to get true value, right, you take the scout attack, right?
And
Or we
also
play the
get
second set. You know,
Alright, center stage.
took a little bit longer, but Never Walk Alone does get there in the end, taking game 1 against Ninja Duelist. That game took, what is that, 25 minutes almost?
A
It's
little
longer
bit.
it's longer than control mirrors we just saw.
Exactly.
Hold on, it's not lethal yet. It's not lethal yet. All right. So while we wait for Never Walk Alone to play set and get Chet Showstopper, what do you think this game won, Hirsch?
I don't know how to think right
See,
now.
Never Walk Alone could play Transmogulator. Okay, they will.
So we're gonna trade. Oh,
But also, hear me out. The actual line was you transmogulate the wrong way, and then you play set and you get your Showstopper.
true. And Never Walk Alone taking game 1 against a Ninja Duelist right now. But honestly, I think this is gonna go back into Ninja Duelist's favor because both Reputation and Jax Orange should be honestly favored into that deck.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Sunburst, my beloved. Where have you gone?
There is no sun in this deck, only darkness.
Yeah, only Diana, only the moon.
Only the moon exists.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm curious to see how this Forges Tomorrow pays off, because like I see the vision with the Cosmic Call. However, you're only running 2 other 6-cost spells. You're running 3 Cosmic Calls, 1 Formula, 1 Hex Obliterator. So like,
that's all you need.
I mean, yeah, you always draw Cosmic Call, so it's not a problem. Just like theoretically, what if you get stuck with Forges Tomorrow?
Honestly, even if we don't have Forge Tomorrow with Cosmic Call, we can still invoke a 6-cost spell as well.
That's true.
So we're seeing Jax Orn coming up against this Diana deck. Honestly, Never Walk Alone does have a pretty solid early hand, but it's not the hand we want to see. We want to see Cosmic Call in hand early on with some invoke units.
I mean, the thing with like Ninja Duelist's hand isn't great either, right? It's an early anti-aggro hand, but not an early aggro hand, right? You have early units, but they don't actually put pressure on.
So I'm looking at this top deck that Ninja Duelist just got, and that's looking pretty spicy right now. But now that our Blacksmith Apprentice got taken off the board, it's looking a lot worse. A lot worse.
Yeah, I mean, Never Walk Alone just has to survive. That's how these Cosmic Call decks. You just simply survive, and then you put your opponent 6 feet under with the power of stars.
So I imagine we're just going to see this Forge Tomorrow just come straight out just to give us a 3/3 right off the bat.
Mm-hmm. And so now we've had Forge Tomorrow. We're just waiting to top deck Cosmic Call, which is it's always going to happen, right? Turn 5, top deck Cosmic Call, easy. I'm actually curious if Cosmic Call or Forge Tomorrow is played in the Eternal version of this deck.
I've seen this deck in just versions of this deck running around. I have not seen a single Forge of Tomorrow. I think this is an interesting tech.
Well, I have seen people try to play like Jace Cosmic Call, and not people are playing it. Greg's playing Forge of Tomorrow. Mr. the Gray. You see, this is like an awkward hand though from Never Walk Alone.
So we see Aftershock coming down on the Innovative Blacksmith just to take it off the board, and we're going to see Lunari Priestess come on there just to get us our first invoke of the game.
Do we top deck Cosmic Call and bake this 3 mana?
We're 100% playing this Lunari Priestess.
I think we're fine. I don't know if you actually need to, but ooh.
I know this is not the right call, but we have to go Living Legends.
LL. What do you mean
see-
it's not the right call? LL says gain 5 mana. What do you mean?
All right. I honestly thought the right call was to take a messenger just to try to dig for this cosmic call right now.
I think with the current amount of pressure that Ninja Duels is putting on, which is to say almost none, I think you can afford to play that slow. But it definitely seemed kind of tight because, like, yeah, you don't have anything. You still need Cosmic Call. You still need, other invoke stuff. Just things to not die. But you have a Celestial Wonder. You can do a decent job of not dying for some time.
Yeah. Digital is debating on whether he wants to play this Piltover Castaway right now, or if he wants to. We honestly could line up and just forge this Piltover Castaway right now,
Kindle.
which that's the line we're going for.
The sun brought
Zanai Urchin discarding the Forge Chief, giving us a formula.
Forma's quite nice here. You might even get like a little cheeky kill with Diana. Probably. You'd probably just take out the 1/2. Don't need to make it complicated. And then Formula next turn should hopefully fish you into a bunch of stuff.
Chosen of the moon, we open our hearts to her gentle light.
So Diana not going to be able to get a swing in here because all of a sudden Ninja Duelist has a 3 health or higher board now.
So here's the thing, like, Airwalk is losing on board, but Celestial Wonder, you have a lot of jump blockers. It's not a problem just yet. Actually, sorry, I stand corrected. That's a Bell's Breath in hand. This is very much a problem. You can still try to formula into Celestial Wonder. But these could be some. This could be a clear board and a fairly scary attack. Oh. I think you can always formulate here, right?
If we formulate here, that just wastes Forge of Tomorrow.
Oh, true. Forgot about that. Well. Oh, that was a nice 3/3/3 that we had there.
Oh man, this is just looking really rough for Never Walk Alone right now. We're only able to develop one blocker.
Forced us to choose death or the blade.
We could also have stunned there, but
Nice. Could be nicer.
it's a lot of damage. I guess we'll always have to stun for next game, but
Bury me at sea.
I mean, this is what you were saying earlier about just like these decks are just gonna run over the Cosmic Call decks.
Yeah, it's just any deck that aggressively wins by turn, or that can win by mid to early game, it just runs it over. Like unless you're sitting on a Cosmic Call really early on, it gets really difficult for this deck to really keep up.
It's not quite over for Never Walk Alone just yet. Ninja Duelist doesn't have the best of fans per se.
I don't know if we're watching the same game.
What do you mean? We have 5 mana stun 2, and you chump block the non-overwhelms.
But I don't. I like with us just constantly tapping under. I don't see
attack.
I just don't see a way that we can actually really come back from this. Like unless Living Legends hits something completely disgusting for us, but I doubt that's gonna happen.
Yeah, Cosmic Call's not gonna discount quite enough. I think Never Walk Alone would be like 1 mana off of Cosmic Call being enough, but it's not game over next turn. Because we're gonna see probably this oh, okay, Orange came down. It might be over.
Well, Orange is Orange flipped yet?
I don't think it matters. These weapons are massive.
I mean, it does matter because these two massive units are not going to be able to swing. Like, we have to drop this Ornn, right?
You need something. You need to develop with... So, there's only one Celestial Wonder. That's what Ninja Duelist is debating on. It's like... Because if it's Celestial Wonder, you always need to develop. Otherwise, it's kind of do nothing. To be fair, it's unlikely Neverwalk Alone can put on enough pressure to win the game next turn, but
like,
it's still giving him time.
What I really want to see from Ninja Duelist is slamming this Icewind Cultist just to be able to push damage this turn. Actually, you're still not pushing damage because you have Celestial Wonder and you have High Note as well. But we do see the level Ornn.
This doesn't quite matter because you still have Celestial Wonder coming. Celestial Wonder.
You have to commit the Celestial Wonder now. If you don't, it actually is going to matter a lot.
That said, I think Neverwalk Alone is alive at 2. You can block the Glacial Saurian and High Note. Or
we're alive at 1.
2, I suppose. This would be alive at 1, but you're like risking losing to catch.
We have no choice.
I mean, you could stun the Comet Cook and the Ornn, block the Glacial Saurian. You could get an extra health. So this is just like, I mean, there's no catch, so game continues, but yikes. I don't think you can fish fight that. It's not gonna heal enough, and your guys are massive.
I mean, I'm okay with fish fighting it just to take out the unit off the board and apply even more pressure.
Yeah, this looks like it's gonna be game. You can LL for Obliterate 2, and it's still not enough, I'm pretty sure. We see the Supernova. I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, especially since we just tapped under it.
Yeah, that generally makes it hard to play cards.
But we still are able to obliterate this this Ornn.
Yeah, there's a slight issue of everything else.
Yeah.
Because Ninja's gonna play Comet Cook, Glacial Saurian. You're 4 wide. You have all decent keywords. Fish fight. It's just formalities at this point. I don't think there's anything else that Neverwalk Alone can have in their deck.
Yeah, no, there is absolutely nothing.
I mean, I think you can fish right the 4-1 now, I think. Just to remove a Fearsome blocker.
Even then, you don't have to still.
Yeah, I think there's like literally nothing they can do because there's no second Celestial Wonder in deck. So that's gonna put us to game 3. It's gonna be Neverwalk Alone running back with this Diana deck versus Ash LeBlanc.
Oh man, it just feels so bad having to discard that whole entire hand, but Star Shaping's still not going to be able to save us here.
You know, there's a chance we get pretty close to timer actually with this game 3. We've got
possibly
just about 12 minutes to play a full game. 17 minutes. It could get close. These decks are like pretty medium speed, I'd say. You know, Ash LeBlanc versus Invoke, but it's possible.
Yeah, it's gonna be really rough. It's an uphill battle for Neverwalk Alone at this point.
Yeah, this matchup can't be favored. Just like it's gonna have the same issues, just like stats on board beating. I want to play an 8th mana do nothing spell.
Yeah, for sure.
Till those time.
Like the only way Neverwalk Alone can really stand a chance is if he finds his Cosmic Call really early. That's what like this deck is good. Actually, you know what? If we do get Diana early, it might actually be a different kind of game because like all these units are pretty much 2 or below, besides Ash, right?
Ash and Elixir of Iron and Here to Help and Omen Hawk and
But those cards.
But besides all that, you're right.
Those cards don't exist.
Yeah, we definitely don't see 2 of those in the Duels of Sand post Mulligan.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Those cards aren't real. Just close your eyes and it won't hurt you.
Well, we'll see if that strategy helps Never Walk Alone as we see Omen Hawk on 1. But, you know, happy thoughts.
Happy thoughts. Happy thoughts. You know what? All those units, there's like 6 spells on top of this deck as you top decks a unit.
Oh, hey, it's a 2-mana 6/2 to kill this 1/4. That's convenient.
So Ninja Duelist is just gonna, like, you just auto drop this Trepharian Glory Seeker.
Gotta
Right?
be honest, this almost looks like game just from these current hand states and board states.
Like, man, there's still a chance. There's still a chance for the 3-0.
Yeah.
We see LeBlanc calm down now.
Yeah, I think Ninja Duels just wanted to get LeBlanc going with all this backup. Because
Yeah.
like you don't want to curve Trifarian into LeBlanc with no mana up. So you're kind of doing one or the other.
Agreed.
Aftershock is going to be met with Elixir of Iron or Hero Help. Either way, it's not going to succeed. And we're going to see this LeBlanc starting to tick up, reputation ticking up.
Oh man, just like seeing these lopsided matchups, it's just like it's so.
Just feeling forced to have to Aftershock here to have like any semblance of a game plan, even knowing it's not going to work. That's really not a good time.
Yeah, it's really not.
So where's Cosmic Call though? I thought this was a Cosmic Call deck, and I've been.
It is.
I feel like I've been lied to.
You wanted to see this, and this is it. This is.
I
what
wanted
you
to
get.
see Cosmic Call Hirsch.
This is the Cosmic Call deck. That's all you get.
I didn't want to see Do Nothing Forge of Tomorrow.
The Trifarian Glory Seeker coming down.
Technically, Diana can fail to kill something.
Did you just say failed to kill somebody?
Yeah, well, because there's a Hero Help, and
I was just clarifying.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, very, very fair.
But no, Diana can't kill something because Here to Help's not real. And we Cosmic Call, but is it too late? Is it too late?
Rejoice before Cosmic Call is here. I think you pass into Cosmic Call. Yes. We're gonna see it. I feel like, where's the other Invoke cards? I feel like the Eternal deck runs like, 15 Invoke cards, and...
We just discarded our other Invoke card.
Oh, that's where it went.
Yeah, we just discarded her Moon Dreamer.
Alright.
And that was
Surely,
our one of.
if you play your 8-mana spell and you ask nicely, Ninja Duelist won't ruin you here.
There's no way.
You just gotta ask nicely. Just say, please, I'd like to spend my 8-mana in peace.
The power of asking nicely compels you.
There are aggro players starving out here for this mana, please. Yeah, I mean... I mean, you get to play Pale Cascade. Small victories. That's all you can ask for.
Well, we're playing this. Oh wait, we're playing the Pale Cascade to trade with the Trifarian Glory Seeker. I see now.
You could also play High Note.
Moonlight guide me.
So best bet is Ninja Duelist plays Here to Help here, but I think... Okay, well, now they're going to play Here to Help on Old Block, so...
Yeah, we're forcing Ninja Duelist to make a choice here on who he wants to save, and obviously he's just going to save the LeBlanc. We don't care about the 6/2. It's done its job.
I mean, this is just like, okay... Trifarian comes down, you draw 2 cards, one of which is the... Who's the guy called? Rally guy. Incisive Tactician.
Yes.
and then you get double rallied on. But hey, you played Cosmic Call, so it's about the same.
Cosmic Call to rip off the back?
You can't even Cosmic Call here.
It's gotta be the Cosmic Youngling, right?
I mean,
It's either Youngling or Skip.
I just, I don't think there's anything to do here.
No. Like, Ninja Duelist is in he's got the power on his side.
Remember, kids, this is why you play Sunburst.
Sunburst who?
Sunburst, the 2 units that survived because Ninja Duelist had Brittle Stool and Elixir of Iron. Sorry, Elixir of Iron here to help.
So Omenha coming down. We can honestly, after image this Trifarian Assessor and just draw even more.
Yeah, but like if we top deck Incisive Tactician, then we get punished, right?
No, not really. Because
But
we're developing another.
I think I think Ninja Duelist is just trying to draw an extra card here, because there's no punish from their walk alone.
Well, there's no punish in playing that after image just to draw more cards, right? Because like you're even if you top deck Incisive Tactician, you
get a new one, yeah.
Yeah, you're still getting another one, and you're still pulling the rally and just infinite
I'm saying,
rally.
like, compared to last turn, I think there's no punish to developing this Lore Seeker here to get an extra card. Well, still no rally, but we can draw through our entire deck between now and next turn.
Exactly.
Is that a skip?
No, that wasn't Skip. He played Zonite Urchin and discarded nothing.
No. The skip, I mean skip on Sign Irishing. That means
Yeah.
Everyone is trying to play Cosmic Call here.
I don't think he is. I think he can't afford to discard anything.
I mean, I think you can actually just Cosmic Call here, or There's a bloody business. Is that gonna? I mean, with the attack, you definitely just Cosmic Call, and you're hoping and praying for a miracle. You block down just enough, yeah.
Meet destiny.
What even saves you? Because you can Cosmic Call and you can get like LL, but then
you're not able to play the LL.
You don't have your one-off mana of playing Star Shaping plus LL next turn.
So we're just ripping the Cosmic Call now. Oh my god, we have
There is LL. So
oh, where's this Forge of Tomorrow, man?
see, like, 1 mana off here. But yeah, I think you just need a 3/3 blocker, but Ninja Duelist just needs to dump their entire hand. They can. Wait, where's their LeBlanc spell? Did they overdraw?
I think they overdrew.
They overdrew the LeBlanc spell. Oh, you can bloody. No. Well, it depends what LeBlanc's at. Alright. That doesn't look like enough. That looks like one of the worst living legends I've ever seen, actually.
Wait. You
can dog.
We play our free dog, get a free draw. We can take off 2 or 4 units off the board.
No, that's the 3 or less power one.
Oh.
Imagine not knowing all your invoke pictures.
Yeah, how dare I?
No, the Supernova. This is the other one's called Supernova. I know.
Yes.
That one looks more like Falling Comet. It's like darker.
Falling Comet is the 4 one.
Falling Comet is the card we just saw.
Oh yes, you're right.
This is Cosmic Race. That's what it's called.
Very kind of you to grace us with your presence, milady.
Axel, shut up.
Well,
Yeah, it's just we're.
Oh,
we get another Cosmic
another
Ball,
one.
but it's not gonna do anything.
I think not.
Unless-
I would have leveled Ash yet. You know, if that Ash survived, it would have been double Harsh Winds, Brittle Steel into open attack, and nothing. Oh my goodness.
Wait. Hold on. Hold the phone.
So there's a chance, is what you're saying. Well, there goes that chance.
A swing and a miss. And it looks like that Ninja Duelist is going to walk out of this set. Actually, no. He's not dead yet. He still has one chance.
Well, you can... Let me see. You can level Ash here. You have Ice Veil, Brittle Steel, Harsh Winds attack, which would leave Neverwalk Alone with 0 blockers. And given that Neverwalk Alone is still fishing, you can like start with your Ice Veil Archer, and if Ash doesn't die right then and there, you win the game. But also, I mean, you do kind of want to kill here. If you let it go longer, it's more options for Neverwalk Alone, so like, get a 19 attack Great Beyond. Only rivaled by that of a 12 attack Pharos.
Wake up, it's progress day. the quote of the day, everybody.
Oh, and sorry, you can use burst speed, my bad. Brittle Steel
Yeah.
with their burst speed without having to play Ice Veil Archer.
Yes.
Either way, that's gonna be
the nail in the coffin. And Never Walk Alone being taken down in finals. We get to see the rest of Aphrodite Esports finally play for once.
Use Renrag and Neverwalk Alone both losing their sets about as quickly as they could have. And
this is why they were thrown out first, because they wanted to get it done and over with. They wanted to rip the band-aid
like,
off.
We've carried for too long. You guys need to play.
You guys do something. But with that, who do we think is going to be next on Aphrodite Esports?
That's a great question. To take on Jax, Ornn, Astral Blanc, and Fizz Samira?
It's probably Tunnel Shark, right?
I don't know, like that Gwen Vayne seems rough into those freezes. Is the one thing.
I mean,
but like so is Echo Jinx. So
we just banned Astral Blanc. What?
Jax Ornn's running a bunch of freezes too, but yeah, I mean you get the Pike Rek'Sai, that could definitely do work, so probably.
Well, while we figure out who's going to be next up on deck, we're going to take a quick break. Stay tuned. We got more of this series to come right after this.
putting number ups on board gets you there. So unfortunately, to see Never Walk Alone's run end here 9-1 through playoffs, very impressive. But next up, we'll see Tunnel Shark and see if they can tip back the favor in favor of Aphrodite Esports.
Yep, and with Tunnel Shark's lineup, we have a different spin on the Fisamir lineup that we were just talking about earlier today. The
monkey time.
The monkey time. It's time for monkey business. It's time to monkey around. I don't know any other monkey puns. You can help me out here anytime, Fansora.
Barrel monkeys.
There we go.
Monkeys on the moon. I don't know.
But with that, why don't you take us through this list, Fansora?
I mean, yeah, like we were saying, it's a monkey time. So we have the like thrice nerfed Powder Pandemonium or something, along with Jagged Taskmaster. That's kind of like, there's only 2 copies, but like that's kind of, you can look at that and see like, okay, that's what the deck's going for. A lot of 1-drops, and you just burn people out because there's not a lot of healing currently. We saw star shaping, but that's kind of about it. So monkeys are just, even if they block down, it's guaranteed damage for every monkey you have.
Yeah, for sure. But the sad thing is just not being like, not having the vulnerable keyword on this card is, it's really difficult to find lethal with this now. It's not as easy as it was back then.
Yeah, you're looking at a bit more like a 7-mana decimate, a little less so than a like curve out aggro tool.
For sure. And moving on to Tunnel Shark's second deck, we have one of my favorites, and I know I know a lot of people don't like it, but I love.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? We have Lurk. We have somebody that brought Lurk to playoffs. I think this is the first time we've ever seen the Lurk in playoffs, and hopefully we get to see it just because I love seeing Lurk on 1, hit Rek'Sai, win game.
Good lord. Okay, let me. If you like Lurk, I got a great game for you. It's called we roll a 40-sided die. 6 of the times you win the game. Looks like 8 of the times you lose the game, and the rest of the time you roll the die again.
You know what?
How do you feel about that game?
I will roll that 40-sided dice, and I will always win.
Yeah,
I will always roll 40. 100% of the time, no doubt. So basically, for all you people who don't know how Lurk works, play a unit on board that has Lurk keyword, or just play a unit on board, swing with it. If you hit Lurk, all your Lurk units get buffed by +1. So basically, every turn that you get a swing on the board, you get a bigger unit each and every turn, to the point where your Rek'Sai is going to be 10 health or 10 damage. If it swings for 10 or 10 plus, it flips, gives it overwhelm, or you're just being able to do a lot of damage with a pike flip.
Yeah, and it's, let's see, this is against Nijuals. I mean, you have the freezes, you have, Fitzmir can try to get under you, Jaxorn can try to stall you out and get a bit bigger. So I don't think this is necessarily going to have the easiest time trying to run over what Nijuals has.
Well, with the Fisamir deck, it's not going to be as difficult, in my opinion.
Right, that's the easiest, I think.
Since we're not running the elusive version. If we were running the elusive version, I would say it's completely different. It's a completely different story. But with that, actually, I want to point out we are running no copies of Rite of Negation, where like normal Lurk lists, they run 1 copy at least, and we're running 2 copies of Quicksand.
Quicksand is interesting, and also you gotta watch out for the Blood in the Water. That's something like, even still, it's like you have to like consciously think of, because like it's a relatively newer card, even though it's like still probably almost a year old by now.
Yeah. If you're seeing a 6 damage Rek'Sai being dropped on the board, you can get a good read that you like Tunnel Shark will have Ruthless Predator in hand.
Mm-hmm.
But moving on to the third and final deck by Tunnel Shark, we have Vayne Gwen. Why don't you take this one away?
I mean, for anyone who's loved Vayne but decided, hey, I want to abuse it a bit more, this is the deck for you. You just get all the Howlet stacks off of Gwen. You can get some like pretty monstrous units that, like, especially like the Opulent Foyer, you can make even the smallest 1-drop a threat. This Faithful Watchdog is interesting. You get to, I guess that's for the Darkened Halberd. You can start forging that. That's interesting. I don't think I've seen that before. Trying to stack that up with Forge stacks. But aside from that, you have a top end of just Cataclysm, Eternal Dances, and Harrowing. So if you don't have a way to kill these units, and we know that like 2 of Ninja Duel's decks have freezes, and the other one has stuns, so it's still not guaranteed per se, but stuff like Cataclysm or even just like Harrowing, it's going to be scary if the game reaches that point. So this could be the ban, actually.
Yeah, we're also not only just forging the Dark Halberd, but we're also forging the other weapons that air combat can create as well.
Mm-hmm.
So just like giving Vayne options to just throw weapons out of Gwen and just Gwen taking over the game.
Yeah, like if you can just force out freezes on like the 2 ones you're playing, that's going to be great for you.
For sure. And moving on to the full lineup, you just said that you think Vayne Gwen's going to eat the ban.
I wouldn't be surprised. I think the Pike Rek'Sai is going to be fine. I think it might be the Vayne Gwen. But I think Ashe LeBlanc probably doesn't have a hard time with Vayne Gwen. It's probably favored for Ashe LeBlanc. However, with like Lurk, and I feel like that seems like the ban for Tunnel Shark. So I'm thinking Ashe LeBlanc and Vayne Gwen.
I think it might honestly be the Jax deck.
Really?
Like I feel like we're fine into Ashe LeBlanc and also into Fisamir as well with our lineup, because honestly aggro does beat Reputation out. You're able to burn them out pretty fast as long as they don't have Reckoning. But
I suppose so. Yeah,
it's a lot harder to get through on Jax Ornn in my opinion.
Yeah, and well, specifically the like Pike Rek'Sai you're talking about as far as aggro goes, right? Because if I remember, I'm pretty sure Fisamir was a really bad matchup into Ashe LeBlanc. Was that it? I think when Fisamir was at its height, you brought Ashe LeBlanc to counter it, right? Or am I remembering wrong?
I think you're remembering wrong, but like Fisamir, like I said, Reckoning does blow out the entirety of these decks. Like as long as you don't have Reckoning, you're perfectly fine.
Right. And how many Reckoning was that on? It was just the 1 Reckoning, right?
I think it was just the 1 Reckoning.
Yeah.
And we see the Lurk ban come out.
Interesting. I mean, that plays into what you're talking about, the just the aggro kind of being able to... Okay, but we do see the Ashe. Okay, 50-50, I'll take that.
Yeah, like knowing that Lurk was banned, I'm okay with taking out the Ashe LeBlanc, because like Ashe LeBlanc is like, I feel like Gwen Vayne will struggle into Ashe LeBlanc a lot.
Right.
But like if I had the choice and I knew that Gwen Vayne was going to get banned, I would have banned Jax Ornn.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's kind of just a toss-up, because like we're running both versions of the Fisamir deck here. We're running the elusive version and we're running the monkey version. I believe
that makes a huge difference, to be honest. I think it's still, they both have a similar game plan of just like the spell casting.
Yes.
They pop off at different points and you have to worry about the elusive one grinding you out a bit more and a bit more of the burn. So we'll see the mirror here.
Yeah, we're gonna see the mirror right off the bat. Which version of this Fisamir deck is superior? Honestly, right now it's not looking great for Tunnel Shark's side. Just because we're able to just drop a 3/3 Jagged Butcher right now. And we're able to just
Salvage Shot.
Yeah.
I believe Ninja Duels is on the elusive version, right? You said?
Correct.
Okay. So that's the one thing. Like the early damage, if this was Tunnel Shark having the Jagged Butcher, I'd be a lot more scared if I was Ninja Duels, because when they start playing the monkeys, if you take all this early damage, like if you're already at 15, that's not a good look. But if it's against elusives, you have a bit of time in the middle where you can try to be with burn damage before the elusives start to take advantage of the game.
Yeah. Another score update for you guys at home. Tron 2-1 against Lotus Esports. Monty has finally fallen. Will the rest of his team be able to clean up? And back to this game, we see Fizz come down now. Honestly, it's still pretty rough. Like this Samira is just not allowed to swing, and we see PCP up 2-1 against ABG Bandle City now. So we are going to look for the all-out angle.
My mama would love you.
Well, I mean, I think the problem is though, it's like Ninja Duels can just Samira back, and Tunnel Shark doesn't have a good way to like level Samira. They need another cheap spell.
Well, like we're pushing 5 damage at a minimum here, right?
Yes, but there's a lot of card draw, which is good, but I feel like Ninja Duels has a decent way to swing back the board with their own Samira.
Ninja Duels is able to do that, yeah.
But try not to stare.
Tunnel Shark
Hey,
getting
you know, he's deep in
impatient.
thought.
Tunnel Shark getting impatient here.
Oh, it's gonna be Swindle. Interesting.
Oh, do we get the all out?
Get the all out? There it is. Oh.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Suddenly, this all out is not looking the greatest right now.
No, all out still pushes through. Because it's 2-1 now.
Oh, true.
But all and a prize fight. That's interesting too. These are definitely, at least like if Ninja Duels wants to go after Tunnel Shark, Samira, that all out's definitely what you want to see. But I feel like that's some pretty good information for Ninja Duels. Just seeing Tunnel Shark has all out and then air, just draw cards. And like regardless of what they saw 2 draw and all out. So this is a good bit of leeway the Ninja has. The Ninja Duels is gonna have for the next few turns.
Yeah.
Especially, the Samira takes the 1 damage. That means that Ninja Duels can just doesn't even need to play the all out to this Samira here. Tunnel Shark can level Samira though with that Jagged Butcher draw. I'm wondering if that's worth it. You can play Flare Jagged into
all out
Barb Chain,
or
and you can well you can also all out, but like either way, you want to start with the Jagged Butcher. I was just thinking you probably want to draw here as well. If you're spending next turn doing nothing but upplaying Eye, that's not great.
Yeah.
But for Ninja Duels, I think you gotta kill the Samira, right? You're not killing the Fizz, I don't think. I think the threat of this rally is just too much to ignore.
Don't hold anything back. I want.
The Tunnel Shark gonna realize that
Follow me.
Ninja Duel stole all out right now. It's still gonna lose the value off of the Samira, but we're still getting the plunder procs, which that's what really matters the most in this deck.
I mean, you still want to do something to level your next Samiras, but
yeah.
Is that a prize fight?
There's no way we're prize fighting here.
That's a leveled Samira. I think you want to all out. I think prize fights for later. But yeah, Tunnel Shark's not gonna have a decent attack here, but actually no, with the Jagged Butcher possibly coming down. Or not.
So we just eye here and just swing out. We don't give him
Yeah,
the
and
option.
I think Ninja Duels can just block the Jagged Butcher, and then you can flare Jagged Father Fury. And Tunnel Shark's hand is still just not it.
But we have all the draw in the world, which is actually really nice. It's not the worst.
It's better that it's Barb Chains instead of I have no okay bars, but like it's still. Oh, not even trying to level Samira. Interesting.
Yeah, we're just gonna see the Barb Chain come out.
Yeah, I mean you need to dig for something. This hand is doing nothing right now. But
Pirouette bailing us out, but we are gonna be ending up losing a Fizz here.
well, you have a second Fizz that's fleeting anyway, so it's like honestly pretty break even on that. You know, I did do a double take on the 3-mana Pirouette. It's still gonna be 1 mana after the warning shot, but and actually with Ninja Duelist giving back initiative, I think we're gonna see that Pirouette saving this first Fizz.
Yeah, like we have to play this pirouette right now on the Samira, right?
I mean, you're losing your Fizz in hand anyway, but like this is denying so much more. You get to deal 1 to Nexus, and Samira doesn't get another flare.
And we also
makes it hard to level up and all that.
We also get our Father Fury on board as well.
Right. So like this is. Wait, hold on. I thought we just saw Tron go 2-1. What happened?
They just won out real quick.
All right, congrats to Tron for getting this. I believe this is the 5th, 6th place match.
It is the 5th, 6th place match. You are correct.
Oh, so congrats to them for winning set 4 in like 2 minutes.
So you see, Father Fury generated jailbreak for us. So Father Fury gonna get met with a quick parlay.
So we are seeing the Samira almost leveled up, and is probably going to next turn. But it kind of makes me wonder. It's like, imagine if we had leveled Samira the previous turn, she would still be stunned up, but like, it just represents so much pressure to have a leveled Samira and just the threat that any time, because of these, like, you know that even though you don't know what's in their hand, it's such a low curve, they can effectively level at any point.
Yeah, and we are gonna see. Actually, I think we are gonna see Samira flip here.
Well, I think we're gonna see her flips like either this turn or next turn. I don't think it super matters. Thundershark is surely gonna take the tag with at least Father Fury, with the prize fight, and maybe I would have taken the attack first, but c'est la vie.
I mean, you're still getting your attack. You're still getting Praya.
Right, but you can't rep. Okay, well, if you're not attacking, then that makes sense. But I think you're fine with the attack there.
Yeah, I'm very confused why we didn't swing with our Father Fury.
Ooh. That's a rally if I ever saw one, I think, for Ninja Duelist. But 9 health. Starting to get pretty low. Oh!
No need to make a name for myself. Just an impression.
I don't think this is actually still completely fine. Actually, no, it's
fine,
not.
But it's still fine, but it's a little iffy because Ninja Duelist does have a pirouette, and they can play it now. You can. I think you ping Nexus, you ping Samira. Tunnel Shark's tapped out, so you can prize fight, Burblefish. You have enough stuff to get the Samira flip still. And I think this might be just enough. I think Ninja Duelist might be able to get return lethal here over either this turn or next turn.
So we have to prize fight this tactical here,
right? That's probably good.
But we're prize fighting the Samira.
Yeah, you prize fight the Samira into the. Well, if you're. I mean, if you could prize fight and swap these blocks, right? And then you get a decent attack.
Yes. Or just looking for the all-out angle, but like, why are we getting the free Samira, the free flare from Samira?
Hold on, we need to prize fight to rally in this turn. If we don't prize fight, there's no rally. Oh, sorry, Burblefish is 0. My bad, I miscounted. But I do think I like your line though. But what?
We're not rallying.
Okay. That's decisions. I think if you rally there, first of all, at the prize fight, you get a flare, so you get to pull Fizz on your attack, which means you guarantee 4 elusive damage, and then you get to rally again this turn, most likely.
Rally again this turn?
You might be a little off for the rally this turn if you rallied last turn, but
But I am with you. I am with you on this. Prize fighting this turn or rallying last turn was 100% correct.
I think you rally last turn, you get the flare to pull Fizz. You're forcing your opponent to block down. You have 4 elusive damage, and then you get to like pull Samira this turn. I'm pretty sure. And it's just like lights out at that point. You might not even need to pull Samira. You could have just like opened the flare because you're forcing all the blocks.
Yeah.
And you would have had an extra all out too, I think. But I think Ninja Duels has a better chance at rallying here. Or actually, no, it's very tight. I think Tunnel Shark's just getting there first. However, Tunnel Shark won't have Challenger on the Samira, which is very important. Ooh, inspiring Marshall.
Types of people, the quick and the dead.
I think we have to go with Puck in order to rally this turn. Yeah, we have rally this turn.
You rally this turn, and like because Samira doesn't have Challenger, you're still fine. Because if Samira had Challenger, I think you would have been a little late.
Try to keep up.
Because I believe Ninja Duels can block down fine here.
Yes.
Trading and then chump blocking Samira. And then with 3 spells in hand, that's just enough.
We don't even have to jump block this Samira, honestly.
Make this interesting.
That's true. You can just all out here. Because, yeah, that's fair.
Follow me.
We can also price fight to get another flare.
Blink and you miss me.
Well, that's just gratuitous at that point.
Actually, no. If we price fight there, that's actually really bad.
Well, okay,
Really bad.
you can price fight here. Not there, but here.
Yes.
Blink and you miss me. Isn't it thrilling?
Is there a way to rally again this turn, or would you be waiting till next turn? Regardless, this... Yep, just about game.
Yeah, with that, we are going to get a game 2. It seems the elusive version of this deck reigns superior against the monkey version.
We hardly saw either of those things, to be honest. We saw one Burblefish, and I think that's about it.
What do you mean? We saw Burblefish, we saw Father, we saw a couple Father Furies.
Lists.
We
We
don't
didn't
need
see
Shelly.
Shelly, we didn't see monkeys.
We don't need Shelly.
Shelly's elusive. It says elusive.
I know, but we don't need Shelly.
Admiral Shelly. You don't need Fleet Admiral Shelly with their 300 confirmed kills.
No, just run into his face. That's all you gotta do. Just win, forehead.
Hold. Yeah, but I want to play more cards. I want bigger numbers. Anyway, we have here both players switching decks, Ninja Duels because they won, and Tunnel Shark just to feel something, I suppose.
Honestly, this curve from Tunnel Shark looks absolutely disgusting.
Do they have? Ooh, wait, no, this is great. They're on evens as well. Good lord.
Yeah, now we get an extra, or Ghastly Band, or not Ghastly Band. We get an extra Squire.
No, it is Ghastly Band.
No, Ghastly Band is the 4/2, right? No, it is. No,
that's Conductor of the Mist.
Yes, that's Conductor of the Mist. I was right the first time. Ghastly Band.
Goodness.
I need to trust myself more often.
You gotta brush up on your trivia, man.
No, I just need to trust myself. I second guess myself a lot. I have trust issues. But we see Innovative Blacksmith come down, getting Fix 'em Up for 5,000.
Wait, no, sorry, I said that wrong. It's not the Fix 'em Up for 5. Remember, we've had the Fix 'em 5,000.
I do not care. I do not care. It will be known as the Fix 'em Up for 5,000. I do not care.
Wasn't it 3,000 or was it 5,000?
It's 5,000.
Are you sure? What if it's 7,000?
You know what? Why not 7,000?
Is this something I can gaslight you about? That's what I'm asking myself.
Everybody just loves the gaslight Hirsch.
Hey, look, when you can't name cards, it makes it a lot easier.
What do you mean? I just named it. I just second guessed myself.
It's exactly. That's exactly the point.
We're in such an awkward spot that we can't release Soul Heart, or
Yeah, we can't Soul Harvest here.
Yeah, so we can't Soul Harvest. Like, if we try to do it on the Jax, it's just gonna get met by Jack Spell.
Hey, Captain, how's the ship holding up? Still
I mean, now it's questionable into that one card called One sec.
What's the card
Catch.
name?
Sorry, the catch. The card in Tunnel Shark's hand, actually.
Oh, I don't know card names. Ah, that's right.
I got there eventually, and I didn't say the wrong one first.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, You're gonna me?
Are you sure it's called catch?
I'm gonna have you catch these hands pretty soon.
You know what? I'll give you that one. I'll give you that. That was pretty
That was
good.
good, right?
That was pretty good. So Digital is basically figuring out what he wants to give up right now. We're just gonna get rid of one Tilt Up and Castaway.
See, this is what I was saying about the Vayne Gwen deck, though. It's like, with this Opulent Foyer and just like all the Hallowed, the Tunnel Sharks, it's like both players are good on offense.
Yes.
Because like the Hallowed is the thing, and you have Quick Attack as well. It's just like they're not gonna have the Ghastly Band off of Foyer on your attack turn. So the problem is like Tunnel Shark's slightly better setup currently. It's a decent bit of healing, but like every turn, Ninja Duel's like, okay, who do I like the least? Who am I sacking to this Ghastly Band?
Oh, we're gonna get punished. We're gonna get punished.
It's Jax's Counter Strike. You know, Jax's counter, he enters an invasive stance for 2 seconds. Did you know that?
No, I did not know that. Is that like from a different game?
Yeah, well, he becomes immune to all auto attacks. So.
Ah, and does he take 25% less damage from every other area effect?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh, that's crazy, man.
Yeah. So, do you play the second Foyer or do you play a Badger Bear?
I want to play the Badger.
Second Foyer is I was gonna say Foyer, because you're just gonna have so many house attacks. You are kind of dying to this Jax single-handedly, which is like a little bit of an issue, some might say. But
yes.
Other than that, your house stacks are just you're just going to the moon with them. So
I do want to point out. Like, Jax recently got changed, and this change is absolutely massive.
I despise it. I despise the Jax.
I love how we're able just to flip Jax on the spot, and he gets his buffs.
It's so miserable how little you can do against it. I wish he'd have to at least strike first. Like, hear me out. Current level of condition, and he strikes after it's fulfilled. That's actually worse, because if he comes on late game, it's absolutely awful. But, so ignoring that. However, I don't like how he just gets to do it on the fly. I'm fine with how he was coming down late game, already leveled. That's still fine. But the fact that you can't interact with it feels antithetical to some of what their other design choices have been.
So it is starting to look really rough for on the side of Tunnel Shark, just because we're not able to find a Gwen anywhere just to stabilize this game. But it doesn't really matter, because on the side of Ninja Duelist, we are holding on to 2 fish fights. And also the
a fish whack.
Yeah.
There
now
you go.
Able to tell the difference.
No, it's obvious though, because one of them's left fish, one of them's right fish. It's been obvious the whole time, Hirsch.
True. You know what? We've never seen them side by side ever.
Yeah, have you ever seen Fish Whack and Fish Fight in the same room together?
No, I actually haven't.
It could be anyone, you know.
It could be anyone. It could be Jax.
Yeah.
It could be Nico in the bush.
It could be. Imagine looking into a bush and it's just a fish just jumping out and slapping you.
What is this, like Magikarp? Finding a Magikarp in the wild?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I love when I play Pokemon. I'm going through like the bushes, and the Magikarp shows up in the bushes, right?
Yeah.
You don't fish for Magikarp. That's
no. Magikarp is everywhere.
Right. You go through, you step in the tall grass, you see a 2-mana 2/2, and then it flips upside down and says Magikarp.
And it's looking like this is going to be the end for Tunnel Shark.
Yeah, with that 3 sisters, I can't imagine harrowing. A little late to the party. Not that it could be played anytime sooner, but
Oh, it's just it's really rough because we do none of our champions.
Yeah, it looked good from the start, but yeah, without the champions, you can't leverage the Howled quite as well. Both of them effectively double Howled in different ways. You get the extra attacks, or just Gwen, of course, like doing a normal doubling. But one way or another, Ninja Duelist is probably going to win this turn. You got the Three Sisters, you got the Fish Fight, and I believe Tunnel Shark. Let me see if Tunnel Shark's running any.
I don't think Tunnel Shark is running any real interaction.
Oh my god, we have Demacia players, just like I said, allergic to interaction.
What do you mean? We don't need single combat. What's a single combat? What's a riposte?
Well, in this deck, you'd be running, more than one hate spike or a vengeance or something.
What's a riposte, man?
Any takers?
Also, actually, wait, isn't that rotated actually?
Is riposte rotated?
I just know it's.
Dude, there's too many.
Like Fiora's rotated, right? But I don't know about. No, it's not. Goodness,
No, but yeah, it's not because we saw.
It's standard. Okay.
Yeah, because we saw Jarvan Shen running around for.
Oh, right.
Man, this is getting out of hand. We need like a written list from Riot saying what. Like, I need a printout. I need a post-it to see what's rotated and what's not rotated.
All right, hear me out. We make it simple. We rotate all of Demacia. That's my fix, and that way you don't have to remember anything. You just get a little icon, and it'll say Demacia. It's gone from the game.
So with that, we see that Ninja Duelist runs away with the set 2-0 into Tunnel Shark, leaving only Aphrodite Esports Alpha with one player left. Fansoy, we have Freeze. I'm sorry, I'm stuttering upon myself. We have Freeze Bomb left for Aphrodite Esports Alpha, while we still have Ninja Duelist on deck, and we still have Scullywag in the back waiting to come in.
Yeah, I mean, that was a much faster set than these last two, but yeah, I mean, with Freeze's lineup. Wait, who won the last set? That was
Ninja Duelist.
Right. Oh yeah. So
it's gonna be
not looking good because they sent in Tunnel as their best bet, and now it's up to Freeze. So
yeah, it's up to Freeze Bomb to squeak by here with a victory. But with that, we're gonna cut to a quick break. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss the end of this set. Welcome back, everybody, to Aegis Esports Hearth of the Huntress Tournament League. We are in finals. We are up 2-1. Our Breaking Battle is now 2-1 into Aphrodite Esports Alpha. Aphrodite Freezebomb is now in the hot seat. He has to be able to sweep the next two players in order to secure the victory and the crown for Aphrodite Esports. Fansora, why don't you give us a recap of what just happened last round?
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty fun to watch these two playoff juggernauts just go at it. We saw their two, lead-in players have both since lost their matches. One of them's 9-1 and one of them's 10-1 in playoffs. This last set was pretty quick, all things considered, especially compared to what we've seen so far. But Gwenvane couldn't quite make it there, and Ninja Lewis made short work of it with Fizzamir and Jax Orin.
Yeah, for sure. And let's get right on into these decks. For deck one of Freezebomb, we have Echo Jinx. I know this is one of your specialties, Fansora. Why don't you take this one away?
Well, I'm sorry. Since when?
As always.
Okay, we're gonna set this straight. I never figured out how this deck works because Echo draws a card and Jinx wants your card to hand to be empty. So clearly it's inherently anti-synergistic, bad deck. No need to talk about it. And I don't know how you got, this is your deck, you love it, from that. But
no, I just wanted to throw it at you. But Echo Jinx, basically you're running the whole predict package. You're trying to get this Echo flipped as fast as possible to turn on your Voice of the Risens, get your Chrono Breaks in deck fast as possible, and to be able to fish them out as fast as possible. Being able to swing wide, go wide fast, turning your drop borders into basically 4-3s, just making big units with Voice of the Risen and basically overwhelming the board. With Jinx, running Jinx is the backup plan, whereas if you burn through your entire hand and you have nothing else, you have Jinx to rely on to basically get you to the finish line at the end.
yeah, and it's pretty apt that this is being run by Freezebomb, considering that this deck will bomb out if running into the freezes of something like Ash LeBlanc. You just stall that Echo, and it doesn't matter if you res him because he's just a 0-3, he doesn't do anything, and you just keep him alive and keep him suffering.
True. And moving on to the second deck that Freezebomb has brought this week, we have Vayne Aatrox, a classic for a while now, but we are opting to run a One of the Darkened Fan, which is very interesting.
Speaking of one-ofs, you see that last spell there? One of Judgment? Ooh, boy.
That is a Giga Chat card. What was that thing you were crying about last set about Demacia players?
This is exactly what I'm talking about. We run single combat, we run Judgment. This is the way Demacia is meant to be played.
Exactly. The one of Giga Chat card that can literally make or break an entire game.
Yep. The thing that can be stopped by a 1-mana card in Ash LeBlanc. That's the one. Yep.
Yep, that's the one. And moving, actually, no, Brittle Steel does not stop this.
No. We have our Ranger Rank Defector with Darkenharp. Sorry, no can do, Brittle Steel.
If we're Ranger Knight defecting on a Judgment, then we've got something wrong. If you're not doing it on a Darken unit, then something's up, man.
Okay, Aatrox, and then we play. You're still spending 8 mana. I think Judgment's cute, especially if you have closed deck list, but open deck list running into at least 2 decks that are running freezes and a third deck which is running a bunch of elusives. Probably not the place for it at the moment, which is a bit unfortunate.
And moving on,
another Fizzamir mirror.
Another Fizzamir mirror, but you know what's different about this one?
Yeah, it's splitting. You were talking about elusive version or the 1-drop monkey version. Which one's better? What if a bit of both actually? What if we run Inferna and monkeys?
Exactly. What if we run the Inferno to basically find our Powder Pandemonium faster?
I don't know if it's necessary for that because it's really hard to play Powder Pandemonium after you've drawn it off Inferno. But just Inferno is better for the more incremental value of I'm going to draw a warning shot and then another warning shot and then an all out. And I've drawn 5 cards. They all cost 1 or 2 mana. I've played all of them, and I had an empty hand at the start of the turn. So.
And moving on to ban phase, where we can see everything finally. What do we think is going to get banned here, Fansora?
Ash LeBlanc, easy.
I mean, yeah. That's
You're telling me
100%.
Aatrox, Vayne, and Echo Jinx wants to ever play into Ashe LeBlanc? No. Maybe it was Aatrox Vayne. I think when I said Fizz Samir and Ashe LeBlanc, I think it was Aatrox Vayne probably that I was thinking of as the natural counter. So
you said Ashe LeBlanc, right?
yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, okay, if I'm Freeze Bomb and I'm playing Aatrox Vayne and Echo Jinx, how am I ever getting through Ashe LeBlanc?
Well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that I have control of the bands right now, and I'm gonna play a little game show with you.
Oh goodness.
Survey says.
Keep teasing me like this. Hey, that's copyright, right?
No.
Hey, there it is.
Ashe LeBlanc
Alright.
has been banned.
Okay, let me
Yeah, can we
look up what the other band is real
can we
quick.
look up the other band?
Yeah, hold on. Alright, this other band's a lot harder. I feel like the Ashe LeBlanc was like pretty easy. This one's a bit harder. Could you give me a hint?
believe it.
Just tell me one of the champions that has. Like that. Or maybe a region. Just one region. That's even less, right?
One region?
Yeah, just one region. I'm gonna guess if you tell me one region.
I don't know if I can. I can't tell the region. I will tell you there is a female champion in one of the regions. In one of the decks.
Okay, that's a good hint. Yeah. Yeah, is there also a male champion in one of them as well? You know, one each?
Possibly.
Oh, possibly.
Mayhaps. All right.
Yeah, just give it to me.
The deck that has been
I haven't played
banned
Standard in so
is
long.
Fizz
Okay.
Samira. You were close, Panther.
Yeah, well, I was close because I didn't guess wrong yet because I didn't say anything. You know what?
You were close. You were close. You had a basically 1 in 3 chance of getting it right.
You're right, and like, I didn't guess wrong. Yeah, I think that's the important part. But all right, Hirsch, tell me. You have all the power, right? You're giving the band. You were talking about how you have all the power to do anything. Which one are they playing first? What's the first match?
Which one are they playing first? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me tell you. It's gonna be Fizz Samir versus Aatrox.
All right. Well, we better see it. Don't let me down.
I never let you
again.
I'm always 100% correct. 90% of the time.
Yeah.
90% of the time, I'm correct 100% of the time.
You're never gonna give me up.
I'm never gonna let you down.
Correct. Glad to hear it.
I just love how we're always on the same mental wavelength.
I was trying to like remember what the next lines were.
Never gonna turn around and desert you?
And desert me? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we have a bit of time to kill right now because apparently Ninja Duelist is away on a potty break.
Ah, okay. I thought it was going to be a client issue, but
no.
I'm sorry, Riot Games. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have disparaged you like that.
No, Riot Games never has a client, or LOR never has a client issue ever.
Yeah, exactly. That's why, like, I'm sincerest apologies and all that.
No. Like, honestly, I don't think I've ever run into a client issue. I've only run into, like, a visual bug issue or, like, an actual bug. But I don't think I've ever run into a client issue.
Actually, true story. I did have, in some match, it was I think Lee Sin versus Thralls, so long time ago. The Thralls, you know how like the screen shakes when larger and larger units hit you?
Yeah.
Right. So I somehow was able to successfully block down and not die to like a board of like 4 Thralls. However, the screen shaking of all of them combined shifted the screen so I couldn't see my hand anymore.
When that was a thing.
So, yeah, you know, great game, honestly. 10 out of 10.
Well, with that, I think we're gonna throw it to. Actually, never mind. They are loading into game right now. We don't have to throw into a break. We just have to stall for 2 more seconds, Fansara. We can do it.
2 more seconds. That's 2 more seconds too many, actually. I think it's too much.
Well, would you look at that? We did it. We did it.
All right.
I was close. I had a 50-50 and I swung and missed.
And then you lost. But you know what?
I was close.
All that.
It was the other matchup that I was thinking of, not this one. Sorry.
Right, you just like you had the entire thing upside down, right? So like because you were wrong on both of them, it's like you were correct because like 2 wrongs make a right.
Exactly, and you know what? 3 rights make a left as well.
No. Sage advice here.
All right, with that we see we see Freeze Bomb coming out with a strong start, gonna get drop border on 1 and a predict as well.
Yeah, just
seeing Blacksmith Apprentice dropped on the board as well. Not gonna be able to block, actually gonna be able to block the drop border and still get away with it. We're gonna be able to forge our Jax next turn.
Yeah, I mean, this is like almost like Freeze Bomb's gonna have a tough time against this Jax. 4-3 Jax, like that's kind of cheap. I don't miss this at all playing Eternal. Apprentice into Jax, that's I could never see it again. I'd be a happy man.
Yeah, and we do see the Jax coming onto the board, getting forged, becoming now a 4-3, with Freeze Bomb being able to deny any future interactions like Fish Fight with Red of Negation now. But honestly,
there's like a decent thing here where you can play drop border and then play Scrying Sands, which like you want to change your predict anyway, but it also gives you Mystic Shoutouts later on.
Ooh, is this just a skip angle? Because I don't want this voice right now.
Was it Ancient Prep? I think I'm not sure. Like, well, I was looking at the Jinx, but I'm like, Jinx and Red Negation in hand. That's kind of miserable. Like we'd rather not. Like this Red Negation is probably. Do we get that off predict or? I'm not.
That was off of predict.
Remembering. Was it? Do you remember if it was like a skip or something? Because like, it's not great in this position.
I think
you know, it would go great. What if we had a second Red Negation?
He's only 2 right now. 1 is quite enough. I think it might be a time trick angle, but actually it might be a Chronomancer angle. And we do see PCP going 2-2 into the final game against Always Be Gaming Bandle City now. As we come back to this game, Piltover and Castaway coming down with a rake. He's raking up and doing some business.
Well, let's see if Ninja Duel's gonna rake up a win here. Thank you.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
Anyway, it was the time trick. Yeah,
it was a time trick. Oh man, Freeze Bomb really needs to find an Echo like right now.
I mean, like, okay, he does need it like as soon as possible, but like he still has the leeway to get it, right? It's not quite due. If between this turn and next turn, if there's an Echo, I think it's still all good. But like, we also see 2 freezes from Ninja Duels, and like I was talking about before, the thing with Echoes, right? If he dies, you can revive him with Chrono Break. If you freeze him and don't kill him, he stays on the board, doesn't draw a card, you don't get the Chrono Break, and you get to clear off the entire rest of the board and not Echo. So it's like this weird thing where it's like not killing the champion is better.
Yeah.
And with those 2 freezes in hand, it's going to be pretty easy for Ninja Duels to do that. I imagine that was a skip here. Yeah.
It's given Chronomancer here. Chronomancer will hit the board. We need to find the Echo. We need to do something. We need the second.
Desperate.
No, like this is really desperate right now because like he needs to turn on this Voice of the Risen.
Yeah, I mean, wait, what Voice of the Risen?
The Voice of the Risen that he will eventually draw into.
Right, we just eventually draw into Echo and then Voice of the Risen and then Jinx, and we're all happy. It's good times all around, surely.
Exactly.
Let me change up my style. It's not safe.
Oh, I mean,
I want to get rid of my drop order. I want to preserve this 2-3.
well, this block is full. There's the Echo.
True. Actually, I forgot about that. I forgot about Scrying Sands.
Not for your Ninja Duels. I think you just play Elixir of Iron. I don't think you need to play the Three Sisters just yet. It's gonna be a bit more valuable. And hopefully, I mean, this is what I hate about the Jax change, right? Jax has attacked twice, and it's been Scrying Sands down to 2 both times. However, because of the Jax chains, he still has 8 progress towards level up, even with Scrying Sands.
What do you mean? That's based. It's healthy. It actually, in my opinion, I think that's actually healthy for Jax.
Okay, that sure, but like that and the instant level up when you get to declare your attack, I think both of those are a bit much. But regardless, oh,
You see
that's an
Parsec?
Orin.
No. Yeah, it is an Orin. We do be doing Orin things, and we finally get our Echo online and flipped.
See, like the problem though is like you can get the Echo down this turn. However, you only have 2 mana, which means, yeah, Ninja can just like fish fight it, and you're a little stuck. However, with this pass, Ninja can just snap it back, and that's what we see. This is looking quite good for Ninja, I'd say. First Bomb can now play Echo with Navigation backup and can start bluffing Chrono Break, but we gotta get Echo down, right?
Yes, we
Play
have
Echo. This is a Three Sisters angle, and it's just gonna be so unfortunate. Luckily, Jax. Well, it's at least something you have to like worry about, and you know, if Echo comes down and you play Three Sisters to kill the Echo, the only thing that Freeze Bomb can have is another time trick. You've already seen one, and if he doesn't have another time trick, then that's kind of game. But like, of course, for Freeze Bomb side, you probably don't block this. You don't want to risk your Echo.
Any takers?
I do agree with the swing. You can honestly probably swing your 3-2 as well.
There's 2 quicksands on the side of Freeze Bomb. I think that's what Ninja Jules is thinking. I'm just looking at that Jax. Pull it out and back. Chrono Break on top. Okay, I think you're definitely not blocked with Echo anymore because you want that Chrono Break.
Yes.
So you can sack. You like sack your 1-2 in front of the Jax or something. And then you get the Chrono Break regardless. But like I said before, if Ninja Duels can just like freeze the Echo, it completely neuters this attack, even if Freeze Bomb has the rally. It's not going to be enough. Because Ninja Duels has like with another apprentice into an Orin with tough, he's going to have a tough time.
Kindle picked me. That's why I smith.
Oh man, this is like the 100th pun we made tonight.
That wasn't even a good pun. That was the worst one of them all.
Man. But honestly, we lead with the augmented clockling, and oh man, second Chrono Break.
But like, okay, second Chrono Break, that's cool and all.
But our Echo's getting
pretty
frozen.
bad. Yeah, you just freeze Echo, and then you just say, yeah, what are you gonna do about it? I'll just take your attacks. Because like, look, Freeze Bomb needs to change their name to like, I don't know, something else. Because these freezes are just coming at this Echo here.
Honestly, I would have been okay with skipping. Just to try to pull a Voice of the Risen.
I think,
like,
yeah.
Because like Voice of the Risen is just so good right now. If we are able to get a 3-mana Voice of the Risen on board right now, that just makes our 3-mana Chrono Break so much better.
Yeah, I can see that, because it's like, okay, if Ninja Duels freezes here, and then like, doesn't block, what do you do? If Ninja Duels just like, yeah, like, because, well, that was, I think, 2 predicts since Echo's level. So Ninja Duels is thinking, okay, Freeze Bomb's had 2 looks. Decent odds they have at least 1 Chrono Break.
Yes.
1 Chrono Break's probably about average after 2 looks.
And honestly, with the snap pick by Freeze Bomb right there, you can honestly pretty much guarantee that he has a Chrono Break in hand.
Oh, but killing off the Echo, though, is, I think you just freeze the Echo, and you just go into next turn. You get to play your Orin, and with the Iceville Cultists, Jax, and Orin, you basically won the game, I think.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure, because it's an Aura, I don't think Quicksand will even do it. Well, it doesn't really matter, because like even with the Aura, the Jax weapon is going to have Overwhelm, because he's going to level most likely, so...
Most likely he is going to level.
Yeah, okay. Well, okay, maybe Ninja Duels blocks the Jax and he doesn't level. You know, it's possible.
So we are going to see the 3 Sisters come out, freezes Echo just to stop it from getting a free card draw. Just going to be pushing 4 damage right now.
And because all of Ninja Duel's units are surviving, even the first Chrono Break, you can just block down again, take 4 damage. And then the second Chrono Break, you can block down with the rest of the units, and like, it's just not enough. And I don't think... Whoa. Oh. Okay, I think it's still lost, but that's a funny line.
I don't think it's still lost because this Echo comes back refreshed now.
Yeah, but Freeze Bomb's gonna be tapped out and won't have something to do with the Icefell Jax Ornn, even with the 0-mana time trick. But that's a clever line. But it's tapping out. Ninja Duels knows, okay, tapped out. I just need to keep. I can block down with both my apprentices and the Cathian Mirage, and with the rest of my Overwhelm units and Icefell Archer. Not Icefell Archer. Icefell Cultist. It's gonna be enough with Ornn next turn, so. But that's a pretty clever line there.
I do my own stunts.
So we just swing with Echo and the Augmented Clockling, right? No, we're going all in. Going all in is not the worst thing either.
See what I've learned?
You get like the Icefell or Cultist gets a free block, I suppose. So I think it is just that, and you sack the 1/1 and you're.
Wait, we're sacking.
Oh wait! Oh, you get to.
Oh, we have catch.
So you do this. You can play Ornn next turn, and
I want to.
I like that line.
I'm actually okay with just taking or killing off our apprentice. Because like
I think. I feel like because we're just playing Ornn next turn, I think, that's perfectly fine. It's just we get the guaranteed kill on Echo.
Hey, you want me to rewind? You need more time.
Let's see. Where?
So we get the time trick now. Is there anything that bails us out? None of these do that unless we're taking second time trick just to dig again next turn.
I think that's 18 overall damage from Ninja Duelist here.
Yes, because
it's really hard to do the math between like Jax and Ornn level up and whatnot, but I think it's like 18 or so, which is
Deja vu.
just barely not enough, I think. Oh. Yeah, that quicksand's not quite gonna do it, but if Freeze Bomb can get a decent rally here with the Echo.
I don't think we're going to be able to get a decent rally here because we're stealing the Jax weapon, guaranteeing overwhelm right now.
Oh, I think I miscounted the Ornn stuff. I think with the quicksand actually top deck, I think it might be close to enough. It's gonna remain to be seen, but
because Jax is going to be flipping, and even if you quicksand both Jax and Ornn, you're still having overwhelm on hand.
no, but I think the quicksand is just enough to like the -4. I think it's gonna be just barely enough. And even with the Jax flipping, I think it says 21, so I think he's alive at 1, right? Or sorry, alive at 2, because you can block 8 here. Yeah, Freeze Bomb is alive at 2, blocking 8, and quicksanding for 4. No. Oh, you could. Okay, no, you can get rid of the overwhelm on the Saurian, right? Imagine if Ninja Duels had a weapon to catch onto the Glacial Saurian to give it overwhelm.
So we're pretty much alive at 1 here. That's if Ninja Duelist wants to come in to catch here, but I don't see a reason why we would, because there's no difference between 1 and 2 right now.
So the problem is, even with reviving Echo here, he just goes into the brick wall that is Ornn. So I think Freeze Bomb needs a
So we get a free time trick here, so we can still dig for something to
Yeah,
do this.
you need what's the card called? What's it called?
Now this is what good looks
Voice
like.
of the Risen.
But we don't have enough mana to play both.
Not this turn, but like that's how we need to start pushing damage in the next couple turns. Also, how do we get a second Rev Negation in our hand? That seems unfortunate.
We drew it. Okay, there's Voice of the Risen, but we have to rally. We have to revive this Echo right now, right?
Probably, or like, I don't think like Echo is just a card draw.
Oh, so we're just not wanting Echo right now. That's fine.
I mean, with this Harsh Winds, I think this might be game. You can just freeze Voices and Buckling, and then I think that might be it. There's nothing for the next Ornn attack. As long as the Duelist doesn't play into this Chrono Break and just freezes and doesn't try to kill, I don't think there's anything that Freeze Bomb can do to win here.
Oh man, I wish we still had three sisters, because if we 3 sisters and we had 2 here, that could pretty much guarantees the win now. But it might be a little sketchy here.
Well, I mean, I still think that it's like use Harsh Winds and Freeze Bomb. Like you can Harsh Winds, block 4, and Freeze Bomb won't have the board space. I mean, not that it really matters because like there's nothing else to res, but Ninja Duelist is going to be able to block twice and survive lethal both times, I believe. Because all these units are getting 2 blocks.
And if we Harsh Winds... Oh, I want a Harsh Winds now.
I like Harsh Windsing now, and then... Okay. I don't think it's changing anything, though, because Freeze Bomb doesn't have, like, a Jinx in hand to push the extra damage over the top, but... It's still gonna be scary if Freeze Bomb goes 5 wide, or 6 wide is the problem. Because now you can still Harsh Winds, but you're losing... Well, Ornn stays alive, and honestly, you only need Ornn, so...
So if we Harsh Winds here, we Harsh Winds the Clockling.
Harsh Winds the Clockling and like a... Yeah. I think it doesn't really matter what you Harsh Winds otherwise, but like, you could also like Harsh Winds like the 3/3 and then kill Voices. And then because Ornn and Jax stays alive, there's nothing Freeze Bomb can do.
Yeah, that's all we really need.
It's 3 overwhelmed units next turn, which are all presenting lethal. Alright, well with that tight game, it looks like game 1 is going to be going to Ninja Duelist.
Yeah, it was actually a lot tighter than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I mean like those Chrono Breaks almost made it. See, so that's going to be...
Game 1 going to Ninja Duelist right now.
So we're going to see Fizz Samira come out for Ninja Duelist, and Freeze Bomb is going to have to reverse sweep with Echo Jinx and Aatrox Vayne. I imagine Aatrox Vayne's for... I think both of these decks were slightly favored, if I remember correctly.
Yes, Jax Vayne is... Or, I'm sorry, Aatrox Vayne is actually kind of favored into Jax, I believe.
No, it's into Fizz Samira.
Into Fizz Samira, yes, I'm sorry.
And then if, yeah, Ninja Duels is on the looser version, so... I'm not sure which version of Fizz Samira would be better into Echo Jinx. Because on the one hand, you can deny monkeys, but on the other hand, elusive take a bit more time to get off the ground. But yeah, it looks like Fizz Bomb is taking their slightly better matchup first. Aatrox Vayne here able to clear off all the important engines without taking too much in return with, you know, challengers and quick attack and all that goodness. I will say, the one of Judgment, that's one of the few ways that Freeze Bomb can deal with this Fizz. Outside, like, during combat, you get the Fizz down, Freeze Bomb doesn't have the attack token, but you do have Judgment. That's all you need.
But here's the thing, the only way, if we have full board of elusives, the only way you can Judgment is if you have a blocking Badger Bear.
Well, it's a good thing Freeze Bomb has a blocking Badger Bear.
But is it going to stick around that long?
I mean, depends. That is an Elixir of Iron. But, like, Ninja Duelist doesn't have a great way to deal with it outside of Elixir of Iron and pirouette it away, which would be a shame.
Elixir of Iron?
Elixir of Wrath. God, Hirsch, you're ruining me.
I'm ruining you.
You're rubbing off on me. You and your Elixir of Iron and Elixir of Wrath and what's the other one? Elixir of the blue magic one.
The blue magic one.
Right, because these are all elixirs from the Runeterra spin-off game, League of Legends.
The Runeterra spin-off game, yes.
Yeah. It's actually an interesting game where they so this is a card game, right? So inspired by this card game, they took all the champions and they put it into a little arena so they can fight each other. It's like a battle arena,
really?
So to speak.
Really?
Yeah, it's interesting though because they actually made champions that are specific to that. So like they're called league exclusive champions.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's kind of a shame that that they created some of these interesting champions for League. Like, they never thought that Runeterra should have him. So.
I see.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Oh man, we're doing really funny stuff next turn with this RKD.
I mean, I'm looking at Ninja Duelist playing like 6 cards this turn, which is also pretty funny.
Are we gonna be able to play enough?
Those Burble fishes. I think there's something wrong with the caster vision thing, because like it says 4, but it's supposed to say 0. Sorry, 3. But for some reason it's showing 3 when it's supposed to say 0. So
it's also the caster vision, or the caster vision nerf is when we can't read what it actually says.
Look, I'm watching this in like 180p, so.
No, this is 1080p. What are you talking about?
Sure,
nothing but the highest quality from Aegis.
That's what I see. 1080 for the best of us, and who needs to see stuff? Programmers can't read anyway.
Elixir of Wrath coming out just to take out this blocking Badger Bear now.
Right. That's what I love about Elixir of Iron. It's like such a good combat trick.
We are going to see a fan come out on this Ranger Knight Defector right now, going to get us that guaranteed scout attack and get us that cheesy rally again.
Oh boy, how I've not missed this. I mean, so like this Vane's going to start running with the game soon.
No, 100%. Like this Vane is flipping right now.
Is she? Is this 4?
This is 4.
I feel like I blinked and missed an attack, but if this is 4, that's cool. What turn is it? Turn 5? Yeah, that seems fair, normal.
I don't know why we aren't swinging with the Vane though. That's what I want to know.
Well, okay, hear me out. Second Elixir of Wrath.
I'm sorry. We're playing around All Out. That's what we're playing around. That card.
But like, there's no need to play around it because we just top deck the second Vane. Like, we know it's coming. You get the free rally, so like, there's no need, right?
Yes, correct.
Anyway, this game took like 4 minutes. That's cool. Congrats to Freeze Bomb, and let's see what's. Well, you're telling me Ninja Duelist is gonna come back from this?
Whoa! Hold on.
I'm sorry.
There's still a chance. There's still a chance.
Preemptive on writing his obituary. Hold on. Ninja Duelist has Tumble? That's gonna save him.
Yeah, Ninja Duelist got Tumble off of Swindle. Okay, we got another Burblefish.
You can just full swing at this point. It's all formality.
Yeah, you can just full swing at this point because we have Condemn in hand. That's gonna get discounted to 1 mana.
Freeze Bomb plays Echo or Aatrox. Ninja Duelist should just parlay face. Oh, what a shame. Not even. Actually, honestly, with this attack, just full block and parlay face. That's the way to go on your own terms.
Oh, we are forced to full block because I forgot.
Yeah, because the Dragon Link.
Yeah, I forgot we had Fan on RKD for a second.
It's kind of funny how you're at 20 against a burn deck. That's fascinating.
I mean, it's not against Aatrox. Like if you're able to just stabilize super early on, you're just perfectly fine. And our Ninja Duelist wasn't able to find any real good early game cards to be able to work with.
Yeah, I mean, just like Ranger Knight's just doing what Ranger Knight does.
Exactly.
So we're gonna see Jinx Echo into Fizz Mira. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a race, I feel.
Yeah, to be honest, I think this is Echo favored.
I feel like this is Echo favorite. I think if Shelly had a tune still, I think it would be a lot. I think the Shelly nerf is actually putting in a lot of work into why it's more Echo favored.
I 100% agree.
It's like that's the same turn that both of these decks are trying to pop off, right? You know, Echo Jinx is playing Echo on turn 4 and trying to kill you on turn 5 and 6, and then just not having Shelly for the reverse lethal is one spell less. It's going to be like 3 worth of stats at least. And even the Quicksand, I think it's a 2 of Quicksand. It's going to put in a lot of work here, I think.
Yeah.
Nice day, if you're into coughing.
But just having to drop a drop order without predicting it just like feels really bad. But are we gonna get another one? No.
Hey, it's a 1 mana heal 2. It's not bad.
A 1 mana heal 2?
Yeah, you don't. The Fizz doesn't attack you. 1 mana, 1/3.
You're not healing though.
On summon. Well, yeah, because the Fizz doesn't hit you, so you heal 2. Otherwise, we'd be at 18.
You mean you stop 2?
We healed 2. It's like we healed 2 compared to a different timeline.
I hate it here. Timeline Echo? No way.
It's like, have you ever seen like 5D chess with multiversal time travel? It's like that. So we healed 2 compared to a different timeline. So
my brain is just like
I feel like I lost you, Rich. I'm not sure why, but I just feel like I lost you somewhere along the last sentence.
I need this written down on a piece of paper for me to understand, because I've tried playing 5D chess and it was a recipe for disaster. But getting back into this game, we do see a time trick coming out with a Mystic Shot, augmented clockling, augmented clockling, and Forsaken Makai.
Like, you know those like YouTube videos about like how to difficult to pronounce words? I'll make a bunch of those for you, Hirsch. Will that help?
Please do.
All right. Well, we do pick up the augmented clockling.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's see.
We blew our flare for damage, right, this turn? So all out is procced.
Yeah, it was for the farther flare. We can see the pirouette looking quite green, so we do have the all out.
True.
Damn, I knew card gamers couldn't read. I didn't know they're also colorblind. Damn.
I'm just blind in general. That's kind of insensitive of you.
I'm sorry. Riot, you need to make a Braille client.
I need all my cards in Braille, please.
So, anyway. We have... So, Freeze Bomb's probably trying to get Echo down. And, like, as much as you were saying it's Echo favored, in general, this current board state's looking pretty good for Ninja Duelist.
It's looking extremely good, and we also generated a really funny card that also stops this Echo another turn called Guile.
Guile. That's what I like about Fizzmira the most. It's a funny deck, isn't it?
And the final match on the other side of the bracket, we have ABG Bandle City 3-2ing Puff Cat Peddlers.
Is that a reverse sweep?
I think that was no, that wasn't a reverse sweep.
Or were they 2-1 or losing 1-2?
I think they were 2-1.
Okay. Well, congrats to them. I believe that finishes the consolation bracket. So
That does finish the consolation bracket.
this is the last matchup of all of Aegis Hearts the Huntress. Aphrodite seeing if they can stop the sweep here, or not the sweep, but stop Breaking Bandle from taking it away.
Honestly, this is not how I expected the night to go. I honestly, like, if you asked me like 5 hours earlier how this day was going to pan out, I honestly thought GZ Never Walk Alone was either going to 3-0 sweep, and Renrag was going to go last and try to pull off the reverse sweep. That's how I thought this
that
was going to
because
go.
you know, you did ask me 3 hours ago who you think was going to win, and well, I gotta say, it's looking pretty good for me and the rest of the chat's predictions.
Still a game to play right now, but it's still not over yet.
Hey, buddy, 15 is less than 20. I think the game's over.
Oh man, just because I have 5 less HP, the game's auto over. I understand now.
Look, this is, yeah, of course. This is why I always run Warning Shot in every deck, because you use Warning Shot someone on turn 1 and they surrender, because 19 is less than 20.
True.
So I believe Echo can come down flipped next turn. And what's nice is even though Guile is a pretty funny card, it doesn't stop open attacks. So as long as Freeze Bomb can get it down safely. And Ninja Duels doesn't have punishes except for the one of Noxian Fervor, which you wouldn't really want to use here.
Yeah. Oh, and there it is.
There it is. Speak of the devil.
So we're gonna see second Father Fury come out, generating us second.
I guess this is all your.
I'm guessing. I was just about to guess parlay.
Right, it was on the tip of your tongue.
Right.
So, what card is this? Oh, this is Pyro. No.
This is Guile.
Oh, okay.
Why are we Guiling now? Are we just get? Oh, okay. Yeah, like we just pirouette and just swing for 6.
Yeah, well, this is swinging for 6. You get the what's the thing called? Style Shot back. And look at that, even setting up the parlay with the tentacle swing, but looking like Quicksand's gonna come down. You stop some of that. You're still taking 4, but at least you're able to remove some of these elusives, which, you know, eventually you'll be able to maybe trade this clock lane, but, you know, with the Guile still in hand, it seems unlikely, but you gotta stop the bleeding somehow.
Have you tried using a Band-Aid?
No, I only have gauze pads right now.
Well, as long as you have tape, you're fine. But now we got our flipped Echo, and we also have a turned on voice of the Risen.
I mean, it's going to be really close. I still think that Ninja Duels is likely going to win with just, we have Fervor in hand, Style Shot, Parley, Warning Shot, like, what is that, 7 damage in hand? Honestly, we can basically take that Style Shot as an extra 1 damage because it's definitely coming back. So
like, we're 100% playing Guile right now just to be able to stop the Echo from swinging, just to find that Chrono Break early on.
yeah, but like, Ninja Duels, or sorry, Freeze Bomb needs another way because Ninja Duels can just take this, trade off the tentacle, sure, who cares? But with a Fizz coming down, and you get to Barb Chain too if you want, I think this might be wraps.
I don't know if we're allowed to get rid of our board right now without having, like, I know we have to push damage, right? We have to push damage, but like, I don't
think any non-elusive units actually matter, so I think this is fine because you want to try to push lethal somehow. This feels like a bit of a risky block in case there's another like Crying Sands, but there is no punish from Freeze Bomb, but I imagine that's what Ninja Duels is thinking. It's like, okay, I want to push this damage somehow. If this goes, I suppose it's kind of break even versus attacking with the next turn. Either way, Ninja Duels can just develop Fizz, Barb Chain with, you know, Warning Shot, And depending on what this gets, I think this might be the end of the line for Aphrodite Esports Alpha.
See how much burn we're holding on into hand. We're holding on to 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. We're holding on to 7 burn.
Are you counting side shot twice?
No, we're holding on to 8.
So Freeze Bomb needs a quicksand or bust basically, and also Ninja Duelist needs to draw like, well, that's actually pretty bad as far as draws go. I'm not sure if Freeze Bomb has punishes to developing this Purple Fish.
Yeah, no.
And Ninja Duelist can at least, this is a guaranteed time trick take because of the Jinx in hand, or even a Clockling.
We have to take the time trick, right?
You probably want the cheaper draw, because you need to probably kill Freeze Bomb. You probably have like 2 actions next turn if you don't kill Freeze Bomb here. Now granted, Freeze Bomb still has a out to look for quicksand. If there's no quicksand off this time trick that Freeze Bomb has, I think it's game.
Well, we played 1 already, and we're running what, 2?
Yeah, only 2. So your outs are like time trick into quicksand or time trick into quicksand. Because I believe there's also been 1 time trick on side of Freeze Bomb. But outside of that, if Freeze Bomb doesn't get the quicksand, I think it's just going to be game over.
Yeah, it's really rough right now. So Ninja Duelist opting to get the augmented Clockling. Oh, you have to take that warning shot, right?
No, you can take Father Fury. Take Father Fury and get 2 more elusives. And, you know, you're not casting Fervor this turn, but I think... What card is this? This is Augmented Clockling here.
Yes, this is our Augmented Clockling.
It's Riot Negation or Skip. I mean, well, the other choice is obviously bad, but...
I think it has to be Skip, right?
It's like Riot Negation, you need it eventually for this Fervor, which you don't know if it's in Ninja Duelist's hand, because there's only a 1 of, and you're almost dying to anyway. But also, you really badly need this Quicksand. Otherwise, even with... Oh, there's Bloodbait. Love that card there.
Yeah, man, Bloodbait has some really funny interactions, especially if you're running Pirates.
Hey, Bloodbait's such a great card against Puffcap decks, though.
It is. It actually is. And we get a Ransom Riches.
I bet there's another elusive hiding in that Ransom Riches.
Actually, we can actually dump our entire hand. And I think we can get Caustic Cast, right?
No, I'm pretty sure we're in standard. I believe all the 0 cost cards are eternal. But elusive is just a fun keyword, isn't it?
It really is. It's really fun and interactive.
Well,
so with that draw, that actually kind of dispels the end for Freeze Bomb.
Yeah, this is just
that's just straight up lethal.
Down on board, but you know, if you're Freeze Bomb, surely Ninja Duels has burn in hand, and it turns out there's 2 burn to play here. You know, if Ninja Duels wants to BM, they can even play their parlay, get it rated negation, and then come in with a warning shot.
Is that what we're doing?
That's what's gonna happen.
Is that exactly what's gonna happen right now? So like I like this line because it's safe.
Well, yeah, I guess you're forcing out, like, if the worst case scenario, right, is Freeze Bomb has both Riot Negation and Quicksand.
Yes.
And so now you're forcing out the issue. And with that warning shot in hand, doesn't really matter what Freeze Bomb does. It's gonna get 6 elusive damage. Echo dies as well. The warning shot's gonna finish it off, and that's gonna be Breaking Bandle as your Heart of the Huntress Aegis Esports winners.
I love that.
We even see all of them. Well, congrats to Spoilag for really carrying the team there.
True. This is 100% true.
That's quite sad because Spoilag also had Forge of Tomorrow Targeting or Forge of Tomorrow Cosmic Call, and we unfortunately will not get to see that deck again.
Unfortunately, we won't. And I think for good reasons we won't.
No, that's their secret. That's the secret tech right there. Well, congrats to Squalag, Rendrag, Lysergic Acid, and Ninja Duelist from Breaking Bandle.
Congratulations. And while we prep for this interview that we're going to have with the entire team, we're going to throw it off to a quick break and get everybody in the call. So stay right here. We'll be right back in just a moment. welcome back everybody to Aegis Esports Hearth of the Huntress Finals. Fansora, why don't you just recap what we just watched the last set?
Well, we just saw Aphrodite Esports Alpha just clinch the win against Breaking Vandal. Was that Ninja Duelist taking the win over Freeze Bomb? Yes, Freeze Bomb. No.
Yes, Freeze Bomb. And now, congratulations to Breaking Vandal. You are our Hearth of the Huntress champions. We have the whole team here for you guys to interview tonight. Guys, how do you feel about this amazing win?
I'm just be here.
Yeah, we feel amazing. It was, we put in a lot of work over the course of the season, especially this past week. It was a real challenge, but we're happy to see it go our way.
Yeah, very nice. I mean, so Renreg, you started the set, but fortunately you lost game 1, but you had a 9-0 run through playoffs. What was that like?
Yeah, man, it was a lot of fun. Eventually you can't draw the cards you need all the time. The game 1 felt really clean, but then game 2 was tough. It was pretty rough, and then honestly, I gotta give my hats off to Never Walk Alone. He just totally outplayed me in that last set. So big props to him. But man, our boy Ninja just brought it all the way back. Feels really good to have the prep come through. We brought some decks we thought we could beat up on the Invoke, which is exactly what happened on Never Walk Alone's lineup. And then we were also ready for the Aatrox, which we didn't really get to play the favorable matchup into, but we liked kind of how it all shook out, and Ninja got it done.
Yeah. How did you, Red Rag? I know you went first, but like, how did you feel knowing that you were going against Walk Alone in the first set?
Oh, I was pumped. I mean, I would have liked to play some non-mirrors. Like that would have been great. But no, I was super excited to be playing the other person who is also 9-0. We also had the same record, I think, of 18-5, like for game record. So we just basically done the exact same thing the whole way through, and it was really fun. Wish I could have gotten the dub, but that's why you have teammates to have your back.
Exactly.
I guess we'll take it to Ninja next. Nice sweep. That was very well played by you. How was that?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I just kind of looked for opportunities and kind of pressed where I could and took advantage of my opponents where whatever they had, if they didn't have the cards they needed, or if I had the cards that I needed, and I was just fortunate to get there in the end. I think every match was pretty close. I think the one against Never Walk Alone was incredibly close, but fortunate to get there. So definitely shout out to them. They put up a great fight, and yeah.
So what exactly went through your guys' mind this week while prepping? Like, what exactly were you looking to target? Were you looking to just target like Never Walk Alone and just like nobody else?
Yeah, so some of our prep had the good fortune of running into Never Walk Alone like 3 or 4 times on ladder this week on my Smurf. And so we figured out that like the Invoke deck was coming. So we prepped a lot against that, especially since we had never played it. And honestly, that's where we kind of took his list and revamped it a little bit to kind of get our own list. And then we spent more time making sure we had decks that could play into Jaceheimer, play into the Seraphine set, or at least not fold into them. And then we thought that Aatrox would be in a lineup. We actually thought they were going to bring Aatrox Kayn, so we missed slightly. But the Aatrox Kayn and Aatrox Vayne matchups are similar enough that like Jax Ornn, Ash LeBlanc still kind of fill those roles nicely. And we weren't like the Fizz Samira we were a little scared about. We thought it might get targeted, and it kind of did, but the deck is just kind of busted still after getting nerfed like 8 times, 5 times, something like that. That it still got through for us today.
Yeah. Well said. And I mean, we haven't heard much from Squally and Light Surgic. You guys were just cheering on from the sidelines, but what'd you think of the set?
Look, I'm 0-1 in these playoffs, but a win's a win, and we won the finals. I'll take it. My teammates are cracked. Like, let's go.
Same thing here. I mean, I'm working the double right now. I'm at work. This just made my day. So I'm, just glad to watch. That's all.
So, for future people coming into Aegis Esports that are brand new, what would be some words of advice you could give to some of these people?
Have faith in your team. I gotta say, Squally picked us. I didn't even know him. He just randomly hit us all up, said, "Hey, let's make a team," and we got quarterfinals one season, and we're like, you know what? Let's stick to it. I think we could take it all the way. And they ended up pulling. I got benches. I've been working a lot, so I just kind of been watching from the sidelines. But I'm the best bench warmer on the team, and it's good to be here. Yeah, just have faith in your teams, though. Remrag has always been probably one of our most reliable players. He'll take a 30% win rate matchup and practice it, and turn that 30% win rate to a 50-50. He's done it multiple times. He's very reliable. Squall is a good team captain. I think he has good decision making, and Ninja's also just constantly a consistent player. So just have faith in him. That's what I did.
Appreciate the kind words, Acid. I think for the Aegis specific format is bringing good decks that do something cohesive, right? So just making sure that you don't leave yourself open. That's the general idea, and then we scrim as many games as we can against our opponent's lineups after the decks come out. So then we know the exact matchups we want to play, how to play against them, etc. Those are the two things kind of we've been really harping on.
And stats. These guys pay attention to the stats. They don't just bring decks that they want to play. They, like Renrag said, bring stuff that is going to be good. Don't fall into, oh, this is my comfort pick or this and that. Step out of your comfort zone. Pick stuff that's good. They never let me bring deep, so there's a good reason why.
Yeah, we'd love to see deep in the finals if you were here. But well, aside from winning, what do you guys have a standout moment this season that you really enjoyed?
Honestly, all the collab sets were so much fun. They were all down to the wire. We're all like screaming at each other, like make this play, make that play. The time was always low. I enjoyed those, and just watching from the sidelines, like the reverse sweep, it was nice. Like I got popcorn every time. I just got to enjoy myself.
Yeah, I mean, I'd echo that. I thought, the perks of playing Aegis, right, is that there are some new formats where the collaborative stats are just another thing, right? You don't get that in normal Runeterra, so it's really nice to have a format where you can communicate in real time with your teammates and make the best decision possible.
Yeah,
so
that's dope.
Exactly.
All right, with that, would you guys like to give any shout outs to anybody?
Shout outs to the other team. Never Walk Alone is crazy.
And we want to shout out Church of Targon for being the best scrim partners. They always help us prepare, and we like to see them do well too. Church of Targon's always been there for us for scrims.
All right,
Yeah.
if there's no other shout outs, I'll start wrapping things up right now. I do this at the end of every season. It's tradition for me at this point. Thank you everybody for making Aegis possible. Without you guys in this community that we've brought together, we wouldn't be doing this. We wouldn't be doing these tournaments if it weren't for our sponsors as well. Thank you again to Community Gaming. If it were, especially like, I love Aegis so much because I get to watch these people grow. Like I've seen like people that were just basically at the bottom of the barrel just rise up through the ranks and just be the top of the top players. Like these people just like grow and learn together, and it's just amazing just to see this all happen and pan out in just a complete 8-week season. It's just absolutely wild. But thanks again to everybody. Thank you, Wookie, for producing. Thank you to everybody else in the Aegis scene that helps out, makes things possible. Thank you to all the casters that have been with us this entire season. Thank you, Fansora. You've been awesome to work with, and I love casting with you.
Thank you, Hirsch. You've done casting, you've done production, you've done the whole shebang. Well, before we head out, I have one last question for you guys. will we see you try for the top again next season in Aegis?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
No doubt.
Maybe I get to play more this time. Hopefully, if things work out on my end.
Well, with that, I just want to make another quick announcement. This is the last season of the year, but don't worry, we still will be around. We have a tournament draft league coming up, or I'm sorry, a team draft league, let me be more specific, coming up. Announcements will be dropping soon on specific dates and with all the information that you need. So please pay attention to the announcements channel. That's where you'll get all the information from us. So with that, we will be seeing you guys next time. Have a fantastic night. Stay safe, stay blessed, and we'll see you on the next stream.
Peace.
Every time I touch mic.